Okay, I would like to call to hearing the Special Finance Committee budget hearings of July 24th, 2020 at approximately 1 o'clock. Can I have a roll call, please?
Counselor Carol Romero Worth,
I'm here.
Counselor Signe Lindell,
Here.
Counselor Renee Villarreal,
Present.
Counselor Jamie Cassett Sanchez,
Here.
and Counselor Roman Beta.
Here.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So we've got a quorum. We have approval of the agenda. We are gonna pick up where we left off yesterday with the police department, and then we will get into municipal court, mayor, council, city attorney, city clerk, city manager, and unions, time permitting. So let's go ahead and is there a motion to approve the agenda?
Move to approve.
Second.
Okay, can I have a roll call, please?
It'll be Counselor Carol Romero Worth,
Yes.
Counselor Signe Lindell,
Yes.
Counselor Renee Villarreal,
Yes.
Counselor Jamie Cassett Sanchez,
Yes.
and Counselor Roman Beta.
Yes. Okay, so we had a lengthy discussion yesterday about community services, police and fire, and the merging within a department. We heard from community services and fire, and now it is time to take a look at the police department budget. So, Chief, go ahead.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, city councilors, happy Friday. Thank you for giving us this opportunity to cover our police department budget. So yes, we're very poised to present to you all today. Once again, covering the mission of the police department is to provide the city of the Santa Fe residents and guests with a safe environment in which we live, work, and visit through professional services and quality policing. We always endeavor to foster open communication, mutual respect, absolute trust, integrity, and justice within our community by working together to prevent, reduce, and combat crime and illegal activity. During the tough times that we're in today, it's all about transparency. I know there's concerns about posting of our police department policies or directives online. We are going that route. We're ready to release information on a regular quarterly basis regarding how many complaints we receive, how many positive things our department does. If someone has a question, they can always get a hold of myself, one of the deputy chiefs, and we're always willing to help. Anything that we can definitely educate someone on and let them know these are things that we've been doing for 1 month or decades. We're here to help everyone and anyone. The next division that we'll cover here is the administrative division. We move on to the next slide. All right, so the administrative division covers myself, the deputy chiefs, a majority of the non-sworn personnel and support staff that covers the police department, from records technicians to paralegals to evidence technicians, accounting supervisors. That's primarily the group that is in there at this point. The overall look of the police department, we're slated for 169 police officer positions. Right now we have 23 vacancies. And then for non-sworn personnel, we have 40 vacancies in that area as of now. Or excuse me, 20 vacancies as of now. But the overall size of the police department, which includes police officers and non-sworn staff or personnel, we're slated on the books for 229 positions. We have 186 positions filled, and we have 43 vacancies overall. So once again, 23 police officer vacancies, and then we have the 20 vacancies which are in the non-sworn or civilian positions. We have some great news with that hiring incentive that's been posted recently for police laterals. Over the last few months, we hired 3 police laterals. One police lateral starts this coming Monday. And then recently we have approximately at least 8 to 10 police laterals that have applied and tested within the last 2-3 days. So we hope to onboard them within the next 4 to 6 weeks. And they would obviously be able to hit the streets within a month after being onboarded within the police department and go through the field training officer program and be able to hit the streets hopefully within a month. They're in-state laterals, so they don't have to go to a cert by waiver course. They don't have to go to the law enforcement academy. And if we can definitely hire those additional 10 laterals, I mean, that would be great. And we'd be able to reduce our police officer vacancy rate down to as low as 12 or 13. And we haven't been that low in several years. But the administrative division, like I said, just realigning everything within the POL. You'll see this top general fund at the top of the slide here, the reduction of 8%. Then we got contractuals down by 21%. And like I said, a majority of those contractuals, like I said, with the relieving of the DWI forfeiture program, that going away, we did save some money there with some summons contract that we had there. A contract that we had with our tracks reporting system and citation system with the transition over to the dispatch program of One Solution, we were able to reduce a contract there. We've reduced our jail bill by $150,000. Obviously, due to the pandemic, we're not booking as many people into the jail, so we've reduced that. And then a small $1,000 deduction on phone telecommunications within the criminal investigation division when they process telephones. So that's that reduction of $161,000 there. The next line there is what repairs and maintenance, $4,000. That covers our alarm system, traffic calming devices, the mobile video trailers, and camera repairs here within the police department. So just a small little reduction there, just covers a little bit of repair and maintenance within the building itself. Next item there you have is supplies, 35% reduction. That covers our general office supplies from pens, papers, pencils, folders. Also in there is some operating supplies where we'd be able to purchase some personal protective equipment, USBs, CDs, map books, camera heads for our body worn cameras, and other supplies such as batteries and equipment for our pedal bike team. And then also listed in there's our software subscriptions. That's where we had a reduction in our intelligence center, and then the IPRA maintenance software, which is now covered through the city attorney's office, and another service called a field investigative tool of TLO. That's how we were able to do that reduction there of $62,000. The next line is the general liability insurance, police property liability. And you've heard from Andy Hopkins over the last few days, or Miss Mary McCoy. They were the ones that controlled that reduction there. Next in line, we have the other operating costs, that reduction of $651,000. That's where it covers a lot of our out-of-state per diem, in-state per diem, the transportation, that registration. Our printing and publishing is also covered in there, which is like basic business card for our officers, and then graphics and other miscellaneous items needed within the police department. The biggest hit there is $647,000, which is the upfit or like the labor to build our police cars. We use a vendor out of Albuquerque called MHQ. That would pay for a majority of that labor and gear and equipment that would go onto the police department vehicles. Other small little items there is the IT and fleet service charges, and that small reduction was covered by and can be reviewed by Andy Hopkins. That's a large decrease there of the $651,000. Next in line is capital outlay, that reduction of 1.2 or 93%. That's the big one. That's where you had a good amount of money for evidence room, evidence freezers, the 4 mobile video trailers that we ordered last year. We're not going to order any more this year. So that was a big reduction. A reduction about $43,000 for tablets for our vehicles. Since we're not ordering those vehicles, we can't order those tablets. And then once again, software purchases, which was that Evidence on Cue software, since we didn't go with that program anymore. And then also the software that covers IPRA, which is being maintained by the city attorney's office. We don't need that money. And then also vehicles, there was $776,000 reduction for police vehicles. So on average, when we purchase vehicles, just like anything else, when you buy something 1 year, the next year, sometimes that police equipment, or even just personally, if you guys were to go to the store 1 year, it's this amount, the following year, it's a different amount. So on average, we purchase at least 22 to 26 police vehicles. Overall, with the way the money spread between administration and operations budgets, we probably will be able to order at least 3 to 4 police vehicles this year. But with all those decreases there within capital outlay, that's what equals out to that 1.2. The next line item there or category is transfers out, that $50,000 reduction. That's can be covered by Andy Hopkins or Mary McCoy. And as we move on down forward with the realignment there within salaries, wages, and benefits, covering within the POL, a majority of that covers our overtime. Our overtime was cut large. Like I said, we're not doing a large Zozobra event. We're not doing the annual Fiestas de Santa Fe events. So we'll be able to save some money there. And then, like I said, a majority of the proactive events that we do, like Operation Downtown Focus, Operation Slow and Quiet, the holiday events that we do over the holidays to deter auto burglaries or deter shoplifting at shopping centers, we're going to have to limit those. And then, like I said, with the DWI forfeiture program going away, that's why we're able to do that whole large decrease there, totaling $128,000. Continue on contractuals and utilities, that's $60,000. That was that police foundation report that you all saw, that staffing assessment, which averaged about $58,000. And then a small confidential informant contingency fund of $2,000 reduction from our criminal investigations division, equaling that $60,000 reduction. Next in line is that repair and maintenance, $11,000 or 24,000 or 24%. That covers the repair and maintenance within the police station, sewer backup repairs, our alarm system repairs, camera repairs, copy machine repairs, and then the $5,000 that we had within the DWI forfeiture program. With that program going away, that's what equaled out that $11,000 reduction. Next in line is supplies, 18% reduction, $178,000. Once again, general office supplies, batteries, supplies that we need for the mobile video trailers, targets for our shooting range, digital recorders, ballistic vests. We did a reduction as well with the replacement of uniforms, reduction in food services, reduction in newspaper subscriptions, reduction in some software, SmartForce software, Rhodium software. We're not using them anymore. A $55,000 reduction in our fleet or fuel fleet, and then $3,000 reduction in the forfeiture program since they're not active anymore. That's what totals out to that $178,000. We got the other operating costs, that $35,000 or 35% reduction, 276, once again covers inventory sheets, graphics, business cards, some subscription fees. Once again, you'll see a reduction of $202,000, which covers our ammunition for our weapon systems, other small equipment replacement, and then some money was there as well for that upfit of the police vehicles. And then, like I said, some other small little amounts there for the DWI forfeiture program, equaling out to that $276,000. And we have capital outlay there, the reduction of 45% or $219,000. Once again, it's police vehicles that was listed in there, and then giving us that overall dollar amount there. And that's the end there of my review of those categories within the administrative division. And I'll stand for any questions.
Okay, thank you, Chief. I'll start with questions. The question I have is, can you explain to me and to all of us, who's in the administration division? Are all the police officers in there or just the non-sworn? I'm not sure who's
How many?
administration. Well, hang on. who, like what positions? Like, are there lieutenants in there? Are there, and then, yeah, how many?
Hey, Mr. Chair, counselors, within that administrative division, we have a total of 47 spots or positions. Not all of them are filled at this point. We do have some vacancies in there. But in the administrative division, like I said, there's 47 positions, which includes myself, the deputy chief, some captains, a lieutenant, some sergeants, some officers, which are assigned to the administrative side. We have the admin managers, we have an evidence supervisor, the evidence technicians, our fiscal administrator, a paralegal, our property fleet manager, public information officer, the records technician positions. Like I said, we have slated for 10 of those positions. Right now, we only have 4 of them. So the records technicians that are in there are doing double duty and they're hustling, and I appreciate the great work that they're doing. But it's a mixture, like I said, from myself to non-sworn personnel to a handful of POA members.
Okay, so Chief, when you earlier told us that you had 169 police officers, did that include any of these that you listed in administration?
Mr. Chair, counselors, yes.
Okay, so you're including, like you said, the captains and the 169 police officers.
Mr. Chair, that is correct.
Okay, Councilwoman Villarreal, did you get your question answered about the numbers, or do you want him to go over that again?
Just for clarity, the number 47 positions, so how many are filled and how many are frozen?
As of now, Mr. Chair, city councilors, we haven't frozen any of the police officer positions. We've been lucky enough to continue to hire those positions. We have been focusing on the hiring of police laterals. We haven't hired any police cadets at this time since there was a pause on the training over at the Law Enforcement Academy. They recently resumed about 2 weeks ago. So that was great that we were able to get those 3 cadets back into the academy. And those cadets have to stay there for approximately 8 weeks straight, to include the weekends, just to get that Law Enforcement Academy over and done with. And then we'll be able to, move forward there altogether. But I'll go over some of these non-sworn positions that are there. Like I said, we have an accounting supervisor, that position's filled. We have the administrative assistant positions. We have 2 vacancies, and administrative assistants. We have 2 admin managers, both of those are filled. The records technicians, we have those slated for 10 positions, and we only have 4 of them filled, so we have 6 vacancies there. And then we have 1 evidence property specialist that's on an early retirement contract till the end of the calendar year, come off the books in December, and then we hope to advertise that position. 1 position that's very important is the crime information analyst. That's the information on a monthly sheet, or anytime a constituent reaches out or one of you all reaches out and said, hey, look, we've seen an increase in this neighborhood. We have a report that there's an increase in auto burglaries or suspicious activity. At that point, we have a police officer at this point filling that position. So that officer is not out and about in the field. That officer is filling this non-sworn position to compile that data.
Okay, are there questions from the committee members regarding the general fund or law enforcement funds that we saw? Councilwoman Lindell.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Chief. I'm not sure if I should wait and start on some of these questions I have until all of the presentation, but if you want to wait on some of them, you can just say, and we can address them later. I would start by saying, I think that every one of us, in terms of the budget, I don't think that we've ever had a topic with more emails than we have concerning the police budget. So, to try to vet this thoroughly is important, because it's clearly enough of concern to many, many of our constituents. So if we could just, on this administrative budget, take a look at the line item on other operating. It's about 1.7 million. What's included in the actual budgeting for next year aside from where the reductions are.
Mr. Chair, Councilor Lindell, the other operating costs, you wanted to go over specifics again?
Yes, please.
Well, more the specifics of what the 1.7 is rather than what the reduction is.
Just you, Councilor Lindell, I'm looking at it here. So you're looking at the recommended, where it says 1,697,000.
Correct.
Yeah, so what it primarily covers, like I said, that still gives us that some money in there to cover the training that's required for our police officers and that in-state travel and out-of-state travel. And then it covers the registration costs.
So we're looking at $1.7 million of training
And
in
then,
the budget for next year.
and then there's some money still in there, Counselor, covering at least 4 police vehicles.
Mr. Chair, councilors, in that other operating cost category, there is also funding for services of other departments, which would fund the central administrative costs for ITT, fleet, payroll, HR, those types of costs that Andy Hopkins has reviewed with us earlier.
Okay.
But just one slight clarification, that would only involve police and IT costs. As I mentioned briefly yesterday, the general fund services like HR and payroll are only paid by a select few funds because it doesn't really make sense to have general fund reimbursing general fund. It just becomes a causality loop.
Mr. Chair, councilors, that is correct. And the total of services for other departments for this program is 1.6 million.
Clarify that because I'm confused. If the budget
Yeah,
is
me too.
0.6 million, but does all of that go to service from other departments? Or is there money in there for training and vehicles and what the chief said?
Mr. Chair, the largest amount is for services of other city departments, but there is some training and other amounts in there. But yes, the majority of that cost by far is the services of other city departments for ITP services and the fleet costs. The fleet is really the lion's share of those costs because police, of course, has a large fleet and they tend to get rode hard and put away wet. So they tend to take more maintenance requirements than your average, say, parks vehicle or something like that.
Do we have an approximate amount? Because I don't want it to sound like it's $1 million for training if it's not, but if it is, then okay, but.
Mr. Chair, councilors, I can provide that clarification. There's approximately 14,000 in the other operating costs section of this division for travel and training expenditures. There's $5,000 included for advertising, and then the balance of that is included for the services to other departments that Andy reviewed with you.
Okay, so approximately 19,000 is for training and other things. The bulk, as he said, the rest goes to ITT, fleet, and those services.
Correct.
Okay, thank you, Councilor Lindell. Sorry.
So then if it's not for training, where is the training in this budget?
Counselor, it sounds like it is for training. 14,000 of the 1.6 is.
I
for-
know, but when the chief originally spoke, he said it was, mostly training per diem. There must be more than $14,000 a year that goes to training. Where else is that in this budget?
Chief, do you want to clarify that?
Yeah, Mr. Chair, counselors, yes, we do have another category that does cover that training, and I'd have to defer that over to our fiscal administrator, but I believe, just without looking at the paperwork here in front of me, that it would be a subcategory there within the operations budget where a majority of the police officers are covered, and we rely on that law enforcement protection fund, which covers a majority of that money that comes from the state to cover the training per or for each police officer.
What line? I'm sorry, I'm not clear of what line item is. I don't know what item that is.
It'd be under the operating budget, and that'll be the, or operations division. Eventually.
Okay, so we'll get to that.
Correct, but I believe it's 220 operations, other operating costs, 2200068.
Okay, so when we talk about the maintenance on the cars and such, where is it? Is it through salaries and wages that we absorb the costs of gasoline on the cars that are commuter cars?
Mr. Chair, Councilor Lindell, no, gasoline is located under supplies, and the majority of the vehicle maintenance costs, not all of them, but the vast majority of them are covered through that fleet assessment we talked about earlier in the discussion of services of other city departments. Although the police department also pay a substantial amount of money for upkeep of cars for things that fleet may not cover, or incidentals that may not be covered under that fleet contract.
So, Andy, you're saying that gasoline is in the $117,000 general fund supplies?
Mr. Chair, Councilor Lindell, that is correct, although you will see in operations a larger number there because because it contains the patrol unit, tends to consume a lot more fuel and a lot more vehicle miles. And the chief provide more detail on that or more context on that, I'm sure, but that's what I think is that is what's going on there.
Okay, let's move down to the budget of $616,000. Oh, let me ask this, Councilor Villarreal, have you been able to get back on? She lost power.
I'm finally back on. I just got on right now. So I've missed everything that you all have talked about in the last 15 minutes.
I'm sorry.
I also lost internet. There's a storm, so we may be coming in and out here.
Okay, under contractuals for 616,000, what's covered in the 616,000, please?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Councilor Lindell, can you hear me? This is Anna Marie.
Yes.
Okay, under that, it is our professional contracts, our service contracts, our other consulting, the Solis contract, and our contingency fund, as well as our utilities.
Could you be a little bit more specific on what some of those contracts are?
Sure, we have our animal shelter service agreement. We have our Solis agreement. We have our WEX for the gasoline agreement. And there's some leases as well. And then I can pull up the breakdown here. Okay, we also have the DWI agreement, as well as the Traffic Safety Bureau, the Community Outreach Program for the Deaf, the Emergency Vet Hospital contract, Smith Veterinary contract, our testing contracts, and all of the towing contracts as well.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Let's move to supplies at 808,000. What supplies are included within that in the administrative budget?
In the 223 category,
Correct.
okay. That includes our book subscriptions, periodicals, some software subscriptions. And I'm sorry, that's mainly, the supplies also is the gasoline.
What's the budgeted amount for gasoline there?
It was 550,000 and the recommended for this year's budget is 495,000.
Okay, thank you. But that's just on the administrative side. That's not on the patrol side, correct?
That is correct.
Mr. Chair,
many-
councilors, Anna Marie, if you can explain, I mean, do we have any gasoline line items or categories within operations? If we have the 495,000 budget here within administration, and we finished this past fiscal year of the 432,000 to cover that fuel, is it all paid out of the administrative division?
Thank you, Chief. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Councilor Lindell, yes, it is all out of, there's one line item for gasoline out of the 223 account.
But that covers all of the gasoline that the entire department uses.
For the entire PD, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Yes,
Okay.
Mr. Chair, I misspoke earlier, that the remainder is in that 223 fund, not in the operations division. My mistake, sorry about that.
Okay. Kind of didn't make sense to me, but now it does. Thank you. And then let's go down to the 524 on other operating. What's included within that?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Councilor Lindell, in the other operating, it includes some money still for print and publishing, advertising, some dues, and the Solace and Animal Services leases on the rentals. Also,
Okay, so
it also includes, I'm sorry, some inventory exempt as well as data processing. So there's 270,196 in the inventory exempt and 303,459 in the data processing.
okay, I'm not seeing the 303. Where is that?
Excuse me, I'm sorry, I misspoke there. It is 270,196 for vehicles. That's the capital outlay. The other operating is the 303,459 in the inventory exempt.
Okay, so just in a bigger, you know what, Chair, I think I'm gonna wait to ask these other questions, which are not specific to the numbers. They're more philosophical on how this budget was put together. So I'm gonna go ahead and yield at this time.
Okay, thank you, Councilwoman. And I would suggest that we all do that. Let's stick to the numbers. Let's get through the numbers itself. And then we can get into more of the, as you say, philosophical questions and statements afterwards. So Councilwoman Cassette Sanchez.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yes, I'll just ask one question here then, and then hold my other questions. I'm sorry, I was not able to hear because of the storm regarding open positions that are being frozen. I'm so sorry, can you please go back and repeat that? Which positions are open, where we are filling, and which positions are frozen for this budget cycle?
Mr. Chair, councilors, we have been given the authority to continue hiring police officers, whether they're a cadet or a lateral police officer. We're continuing to hire those lateral police officers. Over the last few months, we've hired 3. We'll hire another one on Monday. Over the last 3-4 days since we were able to post the job again within Munis, we've had that influx of police laterals wanting to come on over. And they're senior officers, so that's great. They're in-state officers. They'll be able to transition over quickly, and we'll be able to offer them that hiring incentive of $15,000, where up front we'd have to pay them that $7,500 up front. So that's those police officer positions. We have 23 of them vacant at this time. On Monday, when we hire 1 lateral officer, that vacancy rate will drop down to 22 in the police officer side. Admin assistants, we're slated for 7 within the police department. We have 2 vacancies. Animal service officers, we're slated for 8 of them. We have 5 of them, so we have 3 vacancies. Our criminal information analyst, which is very important to the police department, that's a non-sworn or civilian position. It's been vacant for a while. We would love to have your permission to advertise that position. So we have 1 vacancy there. Right now, we have a police officer that's been pulled from the field services to come handle that responsibility. We have an evidence property specialist. That gentleman that recently retired is on an early retirement contract, will come off the books in December. We'd love to advertise that position so we can be fully staffed 7 days a week within the evidence room. Patrol safety aides, we have 6 positions. Those are those stepping stone positions where you can be 18 years old, and it's a 3-year term position, and then eventually you can transition into a police officer. We have 6 of those vacancies, and those are non-sworn positions. Public safety aides, we're slated for 9 positions. We have 8 public safety aides. We have 1 vacancy there. Our records technicians, very important staff here within the police department. We're slated for 10 positions, and we only have 4 of those positions filled at this time, so we have 6 vacancies. I would love at the bare minimum to hire at least 2 to 3 with your permission if we were to move forward. Or if things look better mid-year, then that situation could be reassessed at that point for that non-sworn position. But all of these non-sworn or administrative type support roles were slated for a total of 60 positions. We have 40 of them filled, and we have 20 vacancies. Overall, the police department, combined with police officers, which includes myself, to a public safety aide, we're slated for 229 positions. All combined, we have 186 positions filled with 43 vacancies overall.
Okay, thank you, Chief. And just so I make sure that I'm clear on which you are hoping to advertise to fill. So I have with the admin assistants, as you mentioned, 2, are you planning on, are you asking to fill those, or are we freezing those?
Mr. Chair, councilors, I can provide some additional context on the budget side. Right now, the budget is the administrative division budget is displayed on our screen. As we can see from prior year actuals, the salaries, wages, and benefits line has spent around 3.3 million. This year, we are recommending for FY21 at this point a budget of 3 million. This is approximately a $250,000 decrease from the budget in FY20. As the chief mentioned, there are several positions because of the nature of all of our operations in the city through attrition that become vacant throughout the year. Currently, throughout the department, we have funded 5 vacant senior police officer positions to be filled, in addition to all of the currently filled positions that the police department has budgeted for. as we move forward, as the chief mentioned, we will continue to evaluate and assess the opportunity to fill these positions, some of the ones that he has reviewed with you today that would be higher on his priority list for filling as additional funding were to become available.
Okay, so I'm sorry, now I'm still confused. So with these vacancies, right now, this is what our budget is with these vacancies, but there are priorities to fill if more money becomes available, as we have discussed in other departments?
Mr. Chair, Counselor, yes, that is correct.
Okay, wonderful. Thank you. That helps. Thank you, Chief. Thank you, Mary.
Councilwoman Villarreal.
I'm going to wait for a minute because I'm still trying to figure out what you all covered when I was off and what questions I still have remaining. So can you wait? And are there other questions?
Yes,
But-
there are.
Okay. All right, go ahead.
Sure, Councilwoman Romero Worth.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I too lost my internet connection. I'm just trying to understand. I guess there's a little confusion and you haven't gotten to the operations budget, but what's the difference between the administrative budget and the operations budget?
Chair, councilors, a majority, like I said, of the administrative budget pays the bills from utilities to contracts to leases to buying all the supplies. And it covers some salaries for police officers, to include myself, and that support staff under administration. A majority, like I said, of the police officers, detectives, all of them are paid out of the operations budget.
It's sort of interesting to me that gasoline is in the administrative budget and not the operations budget. That's part of my confusion. What's the thinking there?
Mr. Chair, Counselor, as from my recollection, it's always probably been under administration because it's the administrative staff or our fiscal administrator and the accounting staff that pays the bills and pays the invoices as they come on in.
Okay, you mentioned as you were going through before I was cut off, something about evidence room refrigerators. What line item were you speaking of? And those were an expenditure that was being cut, is that correct?
Mr. Chair, Counselor, under capital outlay,
General fund?
let's see here, it's under
I think it was general fund.
yeah, I'm trying to figure it out here, which line it was, 310. Yeah, when I was talking about the evidence freezers themselves, that was money that was budgeted for last year. Since then, we've purchased those evidence freezers and they're up and running and installed at this time. Also in there were the mobile video trailers. We purchased 4 of them this past fiscal year. We've purchased them. We're about to deploy them this year. We're not requesting any.
Okay, so obviously, I think one of the things we're going to be concerned about is making sure that these budget cuts don't hurt your ability to run and make the changes necessary for the evidence room. So that's what perked my interest. And then 2, I guess I'm sort of curious overall, and again, it's the confusion between what you're funding in administrative versus operations, and we haven't gotten to operations yet, but what kinds of equipment other than cars are in this budget? And, you know, this may be a question that would be better once you've done the operations side, but let's just take the administrative division. What kinds of equipment are in this division besides cars?
Mr. Chair, councilors, this is just small equipment, operating supplies such as camera heads for our body worn cameras, pencils, paper, small items, batteries that are needed to run the equipment within the police department. And if there's some other larger items, our fiscal administrator can answer those questions further if you need it.
Okay, and again, I think the nature of my question, and again, we can talk about this when we get to operations, is, you know, people are certainly concerned. We get a lot of emails about the quote unquote militarization of the police department. And I just would like to better understand what kinds of equipment you would be purchasing so that we can better answer the concerns around that. So I don't think paper clips is of concern.
And Mr. Chair, councilors, some items that are, if there is some money that is available and makes it through this approval process, some of our tasers are outdated. That's a less lethal device. Some of them are due for an upgrade, or as equipment and different models come out, we will be hopefully replacing a handful of them or buying accessories for those tasers as we move forward.
Okay, I'll ask the same question when we get to the operations. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, Councilwoman Villarreal.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So yeah, this whole thing in equipment, it's always hard to dissect these line items, and I did it for every single department. So you're not unique in that I'm starting to like nitpick about it, but it helps us to understand since we don't see the finite details in each of the categories. But you did mention upgrades and tasers in our quality of life presentation you did, committee presentation. And I'm just wondering where in this particular budget or which category, and I'm assuming it's in the administration, but maybe not, is where tasers, the upgrade tasers that you're requesting funding for.
Mr. Chair, councilors, Miss Anna Marie Bowen, are you there? If you can point it out.
Thank you, Chief. Thank you, Mr. Chair, Councilor Villarreal. It would be in the equipment and machinery line item. It was a request as an expansion of our budget, but that was not approved. So currently in that line item, we do not have any funding for any equipment in there. There were some radio costs and stuff that we had looked at, but that was going to be in a different area out of a grant or something. And I believe Mary can speak to that further.
On that point,
Yes.
the line item that you reference, I don't see here.
Exactly, I was just gonna say that.
So what major category is that line item under?
It is out of the capital outlay, I'm sorry.
Capital outlay general fund or capital outlay law enforcement?
Capital outlay general fund.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Go ahead, Councilwoman Villarreal.
So that was not approved, you're saying? However, you referenced a potential grant, which is my next question about DOJ grants. And I'm assuming, but I didn't get to hear it, you might have covered this, but the law enforcement fund that's listed on the admin in front of us, is that grant funding or is that another funding source that I'm unaware of?
Mr. Chair, councilors, that's the Law Enforcement Protection Fund, which comes from the state of New Mexico. Every year, based upon the paperwork that we compile of current staffed police officer positions, we're given a dollar amount per police officer, which can be used to hire, or excuse me, purchase some of the equipment needed for them or cover some of the advanced training for that individual officer. So that comes from the state. In regards to DOJ grants, that's something that's always evaluated. One thing that does sometimes limit us on those grants or approval process is our sanctuary city status.
Can you say more about that?
Mr. Chair, councilors, if Deputy Chief Ben Valdez can be unmuted, he can explain a little bit further.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, councilors. So with the DOJ, what they have, part of their grant requirements, if we're looking at, getting school resource officers or other types of programs, what they've done in recent years, if they have directed that law enforcement agencies report certain information concerning individuals that they make arrests on their immigration status. With our sanctuary city status and our immigrant-friendly status that we have, that kind of makes it challenging for us to do so. We're not the only law enforcement agency that has experienced this in our state, but that kind of limits us to some grants that are made available to us. Although there are some grants the federal government, even DOJ provides, some of them do not have that requirement. So there are some grants that we did put in forward that we have in the process And those grants have been limited to either PPE. It has a grant available for PPE, which we qualified for. We're going through the process right now. It's about $78,000. That'll assist us with procuring protective equipment for our personnel, which includes N95 masks, rubber gloves, hand sanitizer, surgical masks, and so on in response to COVID-19. Some other agencies, what they have resorted to is they've applied for the grant, they've been awarded the grant, and they've actually been in the process of filing a lawsuit against the federal government to try to receive those funds. For the amount that we would be receiving, we would most likely spend more money in legal fees trying to pursue those grants than the actual amount that would be awarded to us. So we reached out to legal to get their advice on it, and based on that premise, we did not pursue those types of grants.
Yes, I do remember those grants, and they were fairly small through DOJ, but there is another grant, and I'm forgetting the name of it in particular, but there have been federal grants that have come our way that have covered your equipment and supplies, specifically what in the past I remember they were for more kind of militarized vehicles and equipment, and I'm wondering if those are DOJ grants as well, or are they considered, or does that go through the state grants?
Mr. Chair, Counselor, I'm not aware of any militarized gear and equipment we've got through grants. We did participate in the 1033 program, which provided military type equipment, which we provided a list. There are some certain vehicles that we got at no cost aside from just getting it transported to us. The chief and the staff, along with our leadership downtown, we have decided to part ways with some of that equipment. Two of them, one of them being the armored response vehicle, that is the MaxPro International Armored Response Vehicle, and then also high mobility multi-wheeled vehicle, aka a Humvee. Those are in process of being taken off our rolls. But we also have received grant funding for equipment and training through the State Homeland Security Grant. So I don't know if that is the one that you're speaking of in particular.
That might be it, but can you tell me more about the armored response vehicle and the Humvee that you're saying we're doing away with? What does that mean?
Absolutely. So we received the MaxPro International Armored Response Vehicle. That vehicle is valued at over $700,000. We received it through the 1033 program at no cost. That vehicle was obtained back in 2015 as a secondary vehicle to our current armored vehicle that we received from the state back in 2006. Based on just our community's concerns about that vehicle, and to be frank about it, our concern, we would prefer a second Bearcat versus the MaxPro International vehicle. So that's one thing we're going to be transferring over to another agency. We're not going to keep that within our inventory just because of the current climate, what's going on. For us, our trust that we have with our community, we want to be able to maintain them. And if it means that vehicle is going to come between it, that's something we're willing to part ways with. The same stands for the Humvee. It's an unarmored truck. But again, because of the context of it, we are going to be cutting ties with it and removing it from our inventory.
That's good to hear. When you describe certain types of vehicles, it goes way over my head because you're describing things that are probably in your lingo and not mine. So I think it would be helpful for us to have an understanding of the inventory that we have right now so that we can get a better idea of like what you all, in terms of vehicles specifically, what we have, what makes sense, what you all think makes sense, and what we've given or done away with. I think that would be helpful. The other piece that's unclear when we go through supplies and all these other line items is like where it lies or where in this is requests for weapons. And I don't know if someone already asked this question, but I can't determine by this particular budget where if there's any new requests for new weaponry.
Mr. Chair, Counselor, so this year we are not in need of any type of lethal devices, weapons. That is not something that we need to purchase at this point. Where the immediate need exists is with our tasers. So our tasers are a less lethal device that we utilize, as an alternative to lethal force. A lot of people know what the taser looks like. We currently have two types of models. The newest model we have has been in operation since about 2013. The older model's been in operation since about 2006. The vast majority of our inventory is that older model. So at this point in time, Taser does not supply parts or other items for that device. So if they do need to be repaired, or if they are deemed to be unserviceable, we have to dispose of them, and we don't have that device at this point. But this is something we're looking at as a larger program, as we do a lot of technology upgrades. And we're looking at a holistic approach with both our less lethal, our body-worn camera system, and in-car camera system. And through an initial test and evaluation that we've conducted through Axon, we've seen that we can have all three of those devices communicate with each other by way of either Wi-Fi or through the router that's on the police vehicle. And what's great about that is if you activate your body-worn camera, it activates your in-car camera. So that's the capability we have right now, but to just up the ante with the new technology, as we look through the lens of transparency, people want to know and make sure that we're doing the things correctly, the things that they ask us to do. So with all this video evidence, we have to have a good way to manage that evidence, and to do so is through software. That software helps us make it more readily available in a more timely manner. That software is able to go through and sort that information, store it. It's going to be able to tie into our new dispatch software and that we're utilizing right now. So the officers have less to think about when they get on scene. They don't have to do a pre-flight check to make sure that their in-car camera's on, their body-worn camera's on, their emergency equipment's on, and then they start looking at the safety aspect for scene safety and responding to the situation at hand. With the devices and with the new software, once they get on scene and they activate one of those devices, it turns on all the devices. So if they are out there doing a foot patrol and there's a situation where they have to utilize a taser device, once they get the taser and they take it off a safe, it engages that body-worn camera. If their car is in proximity, it engages that camera. And any other responding agents, personnel that come on scene with that same device, it will automatically turn on. And it also gives us a GPS location for that. So we have all that transparency there to show here's who was present, here's the action taken, and here's the video that can demonstrate that we're doing things in a proper manner. So
Thank you, Deputy Chief, for that explanation. I mean, I don't think we're questioning the software aspects. I think that makes sense, so that you all are connected and up to date with that. I think it was more just about where things are embedded within this budget to understand if there's new weapons being requested or any kind of vehicles that may be perceived, maybe not to you guys, but perceived in the community as militarized weapons and vehicles. So that's why I bring that up, and we dissect this because it's important. And I had some other questions about line items. I totally missed the whole thing about staff, but maybe I'll understand more when you get into operations. The one other question that I was trying to figure out from one of the line items, I think it was other operating. We used to do in other operating costs, there was a weapons buyback program that was part of initially part of your budget. Is that part of the budget this year for this budget?
Mr. Chair, Councilwoman, the buyback, from my understanding, that is something that's done through a private entity where they would give gift cards in exchange for weapons that people didn't want in their homes to make our streets safer and do that kind of thing. And that was a partnership through that organization that we assisted them with storing those weapons until they could come back and destroy them. So is that the program that you're?
Yeah, and I knew it was on contract, but I was wondering if that was part of something in your budget for this year as planning to do it again.
Councilwoman, that's not something that we have in the budget. Last year when we did that process, again, it was privately funded through that organization. All we did was assist with the facilitation of running the weapons to make sure that they were not stolen or associated with an offense, and then storing them until such time as that organization can come and collect them to destroy them.
Okay, I'm just looking at the chart of accounts in one of the other operating costs. Not sure if it's in yours, but weapons buyback program was one of them as part of that, but it sounds like you don't have that as a line item for your budget this time around. I don't know why it was called that. I mean, it's in the system as that, so I don't know if finance has any insight on that.
Mr. Chair, councilors, and while finance is researching why it's still in there, it's been several years. I believe it was one of the first events that they had for the gun buyback program, where the city actually did do those green dot cards and we produced that money. And I think that that's probably what they created that category for, that line item for. And it's probably always just been referenced in there, and they just haven't been adding funds to it over the past several fiscal years. But I think that first gun buyback program probably happened, honestly, 9-10 years ago already. And it's probably just a line item that's remained there. But the latest gun buyback events have been with the New Mexicans to Prevent Gun Violence and with Miranda Viscali. And it's up to her and her staff and that private entity that has provided those gift cards. And we haven't had to pay any money from the city budget or the police department's budget, other than obviously we've had to pay some overtime for our staff that's had to work the events.
Got it. That's helpful. Thank you. And Chief, did you, I might have missed this in the storm earlier, but did you talk about what in the budget was going to be used for trainings and specifically what trainings there were?
Mr. Chair, councilors, we talked about some of the training funds that is available, but we didn't get into specifics. But yes, we are currently covering the hot topic now of bias-based. Deputy Chief Ben Valdez has been currently researching different entities out there. I mean, just like anything else, one incident happens in a private organization or here within law enforcement, and every vendor comes out of the woodwork offering that type of training. So we're vetting which is credited and which is legit training. He's been evaluating a couple companies that we can definitely hopefully bring in within the next few months. And I'll shortly defer to him to cover the specifics. But one company that is looking good, I believe a rough estimated cost was about $26,000 to bring that vendor and instructors to our location so we can run our staff to it. Deputy Chief, do you have something further?
Yes, Chief, thank you. Mr. Chair, Councilwoman. So the training we're looking at is going to be a two-part training. It's going to be training for all of our sworn staff. One day is going to be for all sworn police officers. The second day is going to be for sergeants and above to conduct that training. And this organization has a lot of knowledge base. Their training has been approved by the Department of Justice. They also come from a large breadth of experience as well. And it's through an attorney that facilitates the trainers that come on board. So that training we're looking at, they'd have to come in to our building here in Santa Fe to make the training happen. That's looking at about $26,000. In the short term, we've also seen some other trainings that we think, again, this is a timely subject that we need to look at. So our lieutenants and above, a handful of our sergeants are going to be attending this training here next month. It's an online webinar. The first session is multiculturalism and police, understanding the fragile relationship with the community of color. And the second session is understanding implicit and explicit bias. So both of those webinars are going to cover it. I think that's going to give us, again, just a good refresher so we get that information out. What our hope is, what we've seen with many of the training webinars that have been occurring during COVID-19, is we can hopefully get a link with a video of the webinar so then we can then share to other staff that has not been able to attend that training. But we want to make sure that we have a good, solid training program that comes to us that has a curriculum that we can fall back onto, that gives us good information, but also they can help us make that meaningful effort and change if necessary, if there are things that we're doing that we could do a lot better. So that is something, again, that we are committed to doing. We serve our community. Santa Fe is, it's a melting pot. We have people from all walks of life here. And for us, again, we want to make sure we serve our community.
Thank you, Deputy Chief. I do this kind of work in my other job. And so I do know of practitioners in New Mexico that actually do anti-bias, anti-racism trainings. So I would like to see what this company you're saying is proposing, just to understand what it looks like, because you all know, those of you that have been here a while, I've been asking for this training since I started on council, and it's been blown off for a long time. I know that there was some attempts in the past couple of years to get that going with a local practitioner, and I appreciate that. I just think that there's more to do that's a lot more holistically, that someone from this area or from New Mexico actually knows and understands the cultural nuances that we have that's very different from any other state. So just wanted to put that out there. If you could send me the information, that would be great.
Yes, ma'am.
The other question about training was SWAT training and the costs associated with that and where it would be located in this budget.
Mr. Chair, councilors, we don't have a separate category or line item that just says SWAT training or explosive ordnance team training or emergency response team training or motorcycle officer training or pedal bike team training. It's not that specific. SWAT training is conducted here in-house. It's just to maintain their proficiency. So if they were to meet on a training day, it would be that group of officers and commanders that would meet and go over the local protocol. You have seen in the past when you were talking about some of that training that Kyle Mason has requested and had the approval through those grants. And we have sent some of our officers here either locally or out of state to that type 3 advanced SWAT training. That's some training that we've done in the past, but for my recollection for this fiscal budget, I don't believe there's any of that advanced type 3 SWAT training in our budget.
So that's not a contract that you all are pursuing, that's in-house, you said?
Mr. Chair, Councilor, that is correct.
Thank you.
On that point,
Yes,
Councilor Villarreal, may I interrupt?
Please.
How many times a year is the SWAT team deployed?
Mr. Chair, councilors, let me see if I can pull up that document real quick.
And do we have a policy, procedure, protocol for when they are deployed?
Mr. Chair, councilors, yes, they do follow the protocol established within our department directive, where it does cover when they're used and when they're deployed, when Criminal Investigations Division or the.
And was that is that one of the areas that when you did your introduction that you talked about that we would be publicly sharing our policies? Is that part of that?
Yeah, Mr. Chair, councilors, yes, we're going to release all 100+ policies. We're going to post them online. Right now, like I said, they're all in PDF form or not searchable. It's not a user-friendly, but like I said, definitely working with Deputy Chief Ben Valdez and his staff. We are definitely going to post those online on the City of Santa Fe website under the Police Department's tab, where they would be able to go policy by policy and review them. And then
Within the next month, Chief?
yes, definitely. That's our goal. Definitely been working as we've been working with our lieutenant that's assigned here to the administrative division or admin division, as we've been upgrading and updating those policies. As we update them, we are definitely updating them here internally. And then the goal is to post them online. Initially, we wanted to wait till the end of this calendar year and post all 100+ policies 100% updated online. But obviously with the recent push now, we're gonna continue to update them behind the scenes, but we are definitely going to just post them on there.
And Chief, if I may jump in, so far to my count, we've had a total of 6 deployments for 2020.
Yes, thank you, Deputy Chief Valdez, or excuse me, Joy, and Mr. Chair, Councilor Lindell. We deployed them last year during 2019. Sorry about that. I just clicked off the slide there. So they're deployed for 2 search warrants / warrant services last year, 2 felony offense arrests or barricaded person, and then 7 felony offense arrests or arrest warrants for a total of 11 deployments last year in 2019 for a calendar year.
okay.
Is that just in the big scheme of things? I mean, it's hard to say, you know, the value of any deployment, because we never know what the outcome is going to be from it. But just in budgetary terms, is that an inexpensive unit to keep? I mean, the training, does it involve a lot of overtime? Does it involve a lot of training? Does it involve a lot of extra equipment?
Mr. Chair, councilors, yes, it does advanced training, in-house training, out-of-state training. Without this unit, we would have to rely on the Sheriff's Department or State Police. And in instances where there's a critical incident and life or death situation, the safety of our officers, the safety of the community, we want to be able to deploy those resources. So if those officers are on duty, they'd be able to respond to the scene. If someone's off duty and they're a member of that specialty team, then they'd have to respond from off duty and we'd have to pay them the overtime. Without those teams to quickly respond and deal with that situation and bring that situation to hopefully a peaceful resolution where the person listens to the officers, negotiators, EOD members, and comes on out and they comply with the officers that they're on scene and follow the commands given to them via a PA system or public address system. That's the goal. Without that quick response, it'd be up to the basic police officer and detectives to hold down that scene and set up a perimeter, call the Sheriff's Department, call New Mexico State Police. And at that point, we'd be at their hands and we'd have to wait for them to respond. And that's something that
So how does that work with, we don't have that many officers that actually live within our city. A lot of them live in Rio Rancho. Are people selected for the SWAT team or are they scheduled so that in any given shift, if we need the SWAT team, do they have to come here from Rio Rancho? Or do we schedule so that a certain number of those team members are on duty all the time?
Mr. Chair, Counselor, like I said, we don't separate these SWAT team members or any of the other members like the explosive ordnance team members or emergency response team members or crisis negotiating team members. This is an auxiliary function. This is an extracurricular activity. These officers, detectives, this is their primary jobs to be a basic officer, a supervisor, a detective. And then they test and they apply to become SWAT team members or emergency response team members or explosive ordnance or bomb team members. They apply, and that's something they do additionally on top of their normal duties. They go above and beyond. And then at that point, if they are off.
Chief, I'm not questioning that they don't go above and beyond. I'm questioning about what we're talking about with, if we didn't have them, we would be waiting on state police or the Sheriff's Department. What I'm trying to ascertain is, are we waiting on people to, or maybe I shouldn't even ask it that way. Maybe I should just ask, how many members of the SWAT team live in Santa Fe County and how many live outside of Santa Fe County?
Mr. Chair, Counselor, like I said, I don't have those specifics. We'd have to provide that information after the fact. I don't know the exact breakdown of each member, and for the safety of our officers and the safety of the community, we're going to say, hey, Officer Padilla lives in Rio Rancho and he's a SWAT team member. His vehicle must have this extra gear and equipment. That's always a safety concern of ours. And just with any other situation regarding even a fatal crash that would occur right now or at 2 a.m, those traffic officers would also be off duty. And those are those specialty officers that would have to respond off duty from wherever they live, in city limits, outside of city limits, within that take-home radius, and they'd respond to the city to do the work that we train them to do and we love for them to do. Same with that SWAT situation or that bomb team situation. If there's an officer on duty right now and they're a bomb team member, yes, they'd be able to respond to that scene within minutes. If that other team member is off duty and they live 20 minutes outside of the city limits or 45 minutes outside of the city limits, then at that point, yes, we'd have to wait for them to respond to the scene.
Thank you, Councilor Villarreal. Thank you, Chief.
Councilwoman Villarreal, you still have the.
Thank you. Thank you. Just a question to understand when you were referring to the Homeland Security grants. So they're not part of this budget. They're not funneled under law enforcement fund then, is that correct?
Mr. Chair, counselors, from my recollection, they've never been under our budget. They would remain under emergency management.
Okay.
And the emergency manager would funnel them and manage them.
Okay, we talked a little bit about that yesterday, and so just so we know in terms of the types of equipment and requests that you all have that gets funneled through emergency management department, what are some of those requests? We talked a little bit about it yesterday. One of them was the canine program.
Mr. Chair, Councilwoman, so for this year's request, we put in a request for funding for our EOD robot. That EOD robot was requested through budget. I believe the last 2 sessions, it was unfunded. We put in a request twice before that with the State Homeland Security grant, and it was not approved on that one. This year we put in for it, and it is funded. The original ask that we asked was $291,000. The price went up because of everything with COVID-19 to $305,000. So right now we're working with the state to try to adjust the budget to be able to procure that, because that is our priority, is that EOD robot. The one we currently have has been in our inventory for about
Can you
10
explain what EOD is again, the EOD robot does?
Right, so that's explosive ordnance disposal. That's if they get a suspicious package, or if there is some type of hazardous device, a booby trap and so on. Probably what's most prevalent here in Santa Fe is some people still have either family that served in the military, either as a service member or civilian, and they may have World War II grenades that they had in a closet somewhere. That's something that's prevalent. The other thing too is down in Cerritos, we still find some type of devices that were used for mining that people may have had in their shed for like 30 years and it's deteriorating. So what these teams do is they're not only a response team for Santa Fe, they're certified under the Federal Bureau of Investigation. So they are resourced for the whole northern state of New Mexico. So if, let's say they need assistance up in Rio Yuba County, they'd be covered under the FBI to go there as a response team to make the situation safe and to do those sweeps. As the state capital of New Mexico, we've been the host to many heads of state. Vice President Joe Biden, he came to visit us a couple years ago. First Lady of the United States, Michelle Obama, came to visit. She did a speaking ceremony for the Santa Fe Indian School. We've had the current House Speaker, Nancy Pelosi, visit Santa Fe on several occasions. And during those situations, there was a request for resources from both our special operations, from SWAT, and also from EOD. And that kind of ties into the EOD canine that we put a request into. But during any of those situations, something came into play, even the governor's conference about 2 years ago, those are resources we'd have on hand that would help with an expedited response. So that's something that really posed a challenge to us when we did not have enough technicians that were certified, where we had to hold the scene until New Mexico State Police or Los Alamos Police Department could send a resource to Santa Fe to help us make the scene safe. And some things were as benign as someone leaving a package over at Alto Park. We had to shut that down for a couple hours until we could make sure it was safe for people to go back to those areas. So that EOD robot is a huge asset that we need. That is something that we have to maintain to be an active team and maintain our certification. To put it in perspective, there are only 5 law enforcement EOD teams in the state of New Mexico. So Santa Fe is one of them. Our next closest ones are Los Alamos Police Department, New Mexico State Police out of Albuquerque, and the Albuquerque Police Department. So it's a very small group that has that resource. The other items we did request are the 2 patrol canines, one which is trained in narcotics detection, and the other one which is trained in explosive detection. So the 2 patrol dogs, I heard the discussion yesterday. Do we need them? Do we not need them? Our program came to an end about 2013 for a few reasons. One was the retirement of 2 of our handlers who they were retired, so it would have been too costly to replace those 2 dogs and the handlers. The other one was a sergeant, or an officer got promoted to sergeant, and he was not able to carry on with that position in his sergeant assignment. So those 3 canines that we purchased, they're maybe a year or 2 old with our department. They're no longer a resource for us. And for us to go and purchase dogs or send people to training, the training is about $13,000 to $15,000 per dog. So if we looked at the 3 then, that's $45,000 we would have to invest at that point. With our program now, we have seen from 2013 until the program came back, into operation about April, May of this year, that there were times when we'd have a situation where I talked to DC Joy. There was a homicide investigation off of Airport Road where the individual who committed the offense was on foot, fleeing the area. We're trying to set up a perimeter, is in a populated area, and we had to call other agencies to assist with the track of that individual. Dogs have a sense that humans do not have. They can hear better than us. They can smell better than us. And what that gives us is protection, a standoff. That dog can detect the presence of someone there before we may even be able to. And the presence of that dog, our hope is that it would reduce the amount of force that'd be necessary because they would know they're detected, then we can start the communications process. So that's one big help in that area. The second side of it is when we had to go do search warrants. And if it's something that was based on a narcotic search warrant, we had to request assistance from the Santa Fe County Sheriff's Office, the New Mexico State Police, and also the state penitentiary for them to bring their dogs out to help us with those searches. So having that narcotics detection is very helpful. With that dog is trained to detect narcotics except for marijuana, because the way it's set up in our state where marijuana can be medicinal and there's been talks about it being potentially recreational, we did not ask for that certification because for us, that is something within our values that it is a low-level offense, and that's not something that we're looking to detect. The other dog is trained in explosive detection. That's very helpful. As you know, we have fiestas, we have Zozobra, we host several markets throughout the year. We have, again, dignitaries that come visit Santa Fe from whether it's, a vice president, first lady, house leader, house speaker. And we need to do those sweeps, not only for the location they're staying at, but also the venues they're visiting. So without that resource, we're having, again, to rely on other resources to assist us with that. EOD detection dogs in of themselves are very short in their availability. So we only had New Mexico State Police to pull from, and they only had a handful of dogs. And again, we're at their mercy to get that assistance. So by having those two assets, they're both trained as patrol dogs where they can do, they could track an individual, they can, do protection of the officers. So if they're doing a search or if they're there assisting with a situation, they could do building searches, which for the Santa Fe Police Department, we get a number of alarms. If it's an open door, we have to do a check. Having that dog go in there to check to see if it's occupied by someone who may have broken in, again, it gives us that standoff and that detection ability. And again, their senses, it'll take less time for them to search that area than if we were to send officers. So that's a reduction in accomplish that task. So far,
Okay.
Very, very thorough. I appreciate that you describe what the canine program entails, and I see where you're going with that. I guess what I'm trying to understand is most of that, or no, I should say part of that funding is coming through Homeland Security grants funneled through the Emergency Management Department. But there's a whole nother level of expenses, including the retrofitting of vehicles. There's a lot more that you all do on your end. And I'm wondering if that piece for the canine program is actually in this budget. If there's any aspects of that is in this particular budget.
So Mr. Chair, Councilwoman, the only thing that would be in this budget would be under operating. So under operating, that would be our cost for dog food for the service animals. What we're seeing is it's $50 per dog per month. So that's $1,200 a year that we pay for their dog food. We already have all the equipment that we got through operating in the budget from FY20. The vehicles that they have are already built and ready to go. We're very fortunate that we had vehicles being built at that point, that they were back ordered because of what happened with COVID-19 and Ford making respirators. So all we had to do was pay the extra expense for the kennel in the back of the vehicle. Everything else kind of fell into place. So it's been minimal expense to get it up and running. But again, the resource we get from this, we've seen them, and again, the canines, they're just like a cadet officer. They're brand new. So they're still learning their craft as well. But we've seen them utilized to help do tracks. They helped look for an individual who was a silver alert, elderly missing individual. So we've seen their resources, and it's been a huge help. But we did it a different way this time with our canine program. They are actually assigned to a patrol team rather than being their own entity. So we get that cohesion where they're with the shifts that they work with, and they are comfortable with those resources operating amongst them.
Thank you. Yeah, I think you're selling us on this, and there's that aspect, and then there's the other aspect of how dogs are utilized in other more vicious ways. And I'm hoping that that's not the case of what you're describing, because what you described was more around sweeps and such. And so that makes more sense to me than some of the other aspects I've seen dogs being used in other places that were not necessarily the way we want to go in Santa Fe. Back to EOD robots, the way you described it, you're really talking about high profile events. They're few and far between, to be honest with you. We don't get that many high profile events and dignitaries and such. And when that does happen, state resources are always brought in no matter what. So I guess I'm still not convinced, even though we did approve the emergency management budget, but anything that comes through the state Homeland Security grants, especially as it relates to these robots, I will probably be not supporting. They just don't make sense to me for the ticket that they are asking for, and the fact that we are using them for high profile events that we don't necessarily have. So I'm just going to leave it at that. I'm going to yield the floor for now, so I'll let my colleagues be able to ask questions as well. Thank you.
Okay, Councilwoman Cassette Sanchez, I saw your hand go back up, and then we'll go to the other members of the governing body that aren't members of the committee.
Thank you, Chair. So I'm not sure. I know that there's a lot of questions that we have that are crossing back and forth between operating and administration, and we haven't had a chance to review operating. So if this is more of an operating question, I will wait. I do want to hear a little bit more about what is going on with our evidence room and what in this budget is going to position us to be better handling our evidence. Is that part of admin, or would that be more in the operating?
Mr. Chair, Councilor Costa Sanchez, so that'd be under administration. We're very fortunate that we had the governing body support and the leadership and City Hall support in getting a lot of the things that we needed to upgrade our evidence room. I'm happy to report, I gave you guys an update about a couple weeks ago to the chief. The shelves as we speak are going in for the high density shelves. The software for Evidence on Cue has been put together. We're waiting for the shelves to be assembled before we kick that off. So that's looking very, very good. We hired the new staff. So we added 3 evidence technicians and 1 evidence supervisor to that staff. Right now, they are really making a lot of headway downstairs with getting the room organized. As soon as they finish completing the current room they're in, and then the main room with the shelving, that's going to give us the ability to then start organizing everything and making sure that everything's set up in the new Evidence on Cue. With Evidence on Cue, we're working on the legacy transferring of data to the new software. So that's looking great. But a lot of progress being made with the evidence room. Our alarm system for downstairs is up and running. The key fob access for the elevator is up and running. Our camera systems are up and running. So a lot of progress has been made. It's been really challenging with COVID-19, but it's been a couple of delays here and there, but we're on track and everything's looking good. For next year, probably the biggest expense that we are going to have for this upcoming fiscal year is we need to send those the new staff to training. But that training is going to be dependent on their ability to travel. So as we still navigate COVID-19, we're just going to have to be flexible with that. We are going to look at alternatives to get them at least information through online training, but we want them to do the in-classroom brick and mortar training so they can make sure they have those resources available. They're also doing on-the-job training with our current staff that has completed that training. So we're in a very good position moving forward. One thing we might have to do in the meantime, we're looking with the shelves, we may have to do some storage bins, and that's just for the shelves so we can have that. So the only major expense we'd have, and that'd be based on the availability of funding for next year if that comes up, is buying those storage bins. For the time being, we're going to continue using cardboard boxes to utilize, but eventually we want to make sure that it's all set up, organized with those bins. The other operating things that may come up is if we have to either service, replace a barcode scanner and just the equipment that goes with operating it. But as a whole, the project is looking good. All the equipment that we needed to start all the much needed improvement for modernization is either in place or getting installed. So everything's looking really good on that standpoint. But I want to remind everyone that this is a marathon, it's not a sprint. Once that stuff is in place, then we get down to the business of organizing the room, making sure all the practice that we have in place are squared away. And as I work with the lieutenant assigned to me with the policy development, we're gonna have to update policies with the new equipment, software, and the handling of that evidence. And we're hoping that we can keep this progress going forward and we can continue working towards our goal of achieving certification for our room as a certified evidence room.
When is the goal for receiving that certification?
Mr. Chair, Counselor, it's going to be dependent on how quick we can get the progress done. So for us to say, hey, we want it done by Halloween, I think that'd be a misjudgment. We have to make sure that we take the needed time to go and do it right. That's the big thing. If I could have it certified by tomorrow, I'd love to do it. You know, we're all very excited to get all these changes in place, but the evidence practices as a whole, we've made a lot of progress since then. We also gotten feedback from our partners from the district attorney's office on, hey, can you guys help us out with this? So we've been implementing those changes and we're continuing to grow with the best practices that we want in place. So for example, with our evidence room, the district attorney's office asked us if we can put everything in chronological order with our current system. With our current system, it's a bit challenging because it doesn't let you know what the last number that was utilized is. With the new system, it auto-populates that number, so it's just a running number. So you'll have item 1 through until you finish it. With our current system, it's all manual entry. So we're making sure that within our report writing process that the officer says, I entered items 1 through 5 into evidence. Then the next officer that is a supplement of that would go from 6 and so on. So with that ability comes, you know, the need for technology, and that's why we ask for the upgrades for that to happen. But again, it's going to be through training, implementation. That's what's going to be the thing that's going to kind of dictate the time it's going to take. I don't want to come back to you in 3 years and say, hey, it's still in progress. Again, I'm hoping we can have everything up and running within a year and we could be working towards achieving that certification. So.
Okay, thank you. And then, so what I'm hearing is that for this year's budget, essentially our staff is in there, some training is in there, and if monies become available, an upgrade for storage bins. Did I miss anything that is in this this budget?
No, that's correct, Counselor.
Okay, thank you. I will wait for operations for the rest of my questions.
Okay, so let's go ahead and go to the non-members of the Finance Committee, and Councilor Rivera, you had your hand up first.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Chief Padilla, initially you talked about cars and only being able to buy a certain amount. I remember at one point you couldn't transport a person that had been arrested in a vehicle that had less than 100,000 miles. Is that still, well, can you remind me if that's a rule, a law, or a recommendation, and is that still trying to be adhered to?
Mr. Chair, councilors, that's probably a myth. That's what I'll call that. We do have a fleet replacement policy or directive, and that's what we've been following for the last probably 3 to 4 years now, is that fleet replacement policy, which covers the different criteria of when we replace a vehicle, if it's assigned to operations, which is 5 years or 100,000 miles, and then administration 7 years. And then additional mileage on the vehicle. But it doesn't matter the mileage of the vehicle. If it's assigned out and about in the fleet and we've determined it to be safe here internally, along with the fleet maintenance shop, if that vehicle is serviceable and out and about in the field assigned to someone, either as their primary vehicle or as like an alternate or backup vehicle, and that's what they're driving for the day, that vehicle can be used to transport someone. Doesn't matter the mileage on it.
All right. And I remember a couple years ago, several counselors requested a fleet replacement schedule so that we could get on a consistent replacement plan. So what does this do to that plan?
Mr. Chair, councilors, with this reduction in our purchasing of vehicles, it's definitely going to hurt us. If you remember this recession about 10 years ago, that definitely hurt us, and we limited the amount of vehicles. If it was a small amount of numbers or even zero, I can't remember the exact amount, but that definitely hurt our fleet. Right now, on average, we purchase 22 to 26 vehicles, which range from admin vehicles to marked police vehicles. And right now, with the current budget as it sits right now, we're only going to be able to purchase approximately 3 to 4 of those vehicles, which includes the vehicle itself and then all the extra gear and equipment that goes into it. It's definitely going to hurt us. We would have loved to obviously seen the full request in our budget, Wishful thinking, I'd love to see half of it make it into the budget with your all approval. But we're thankful if all we're able to purchase is 3 to 4, that's better than 0.
So if we only purchase 3 to 4 now, how many do you think we're looking at next fiscal year?
Definitely then, instead of averaging that 22 to 26 vehicles, we'd probably be asking for just top number 30 to 34 vehicles. And Deputy Chief Ben Valdez and his staff and that fleet manager, whose his primary job is to ensure that we have serviceable vehicles, from marked vehicles to unmarked vehicles out and about in the field, and backup vehicles. Deputy Chief Valdez was able to do a current review of our fleet and how this impacts our fleet. And I'd love to turn the mic or the floor over to him. He can expand on it further.
That's okay, Chief.
Okay.
So in 2008, I think we did something similar where we had to put a pause on the purchase of vehicles. And then we were into a situation where we were purchasing, I want to say 30, 40 vehicles at one time. And that's why we went into the replacement schedule. So do you anticipate us entering something like that again?
Mr. Chair, councilors, yeah, definitely. It's going to put us behind. Like I said, following that policy that we enacted 3-4 years ago, staying in this average, I believe, between 1.2 to 1.5 million, which covers all the vehicles and the gear and equipment and upfitting or the labor to build those vehicles. It's kept us on that reserve fleet and keeping our fleet healthy. With this reduction, it's definitely going to hurt us.
Thank you. When you look at overtime, you use that as a way to save money. And I know we're not doing a lot of the big events that we've done every year, but overtime is a fluid amount. So what are those things that could increase the amount of overtime, even though you're predicting a savings, that we probably need to be aware of?
Mr. Chair, councilors, like I said, on average, for the last 3 years, our overtime budget has been 1.3 million. This past fiscal year is 1.2. We are taking a hit in that overtime budget. We're not doing the big Zozobra event like we've done in the past several years. We're not doing the big Fiestas de Santa Fe events. But other events that we'll have to control and monitor are those proactive events like Operation Slow and Quiet that we recently wrapped up. Operation Downtown Focus, which focused in and around the plaza, AKA the plaza officers. Operation Spring Blitz. Operation Fall Blitz, those proactive events where we focus on loud mufflers from speeding at this location, stop sign runners, red light runners. We're going to have to monitor how many of those events we do moving forward. The proactive events around the holidays to deter auto burglaries when shoppers are doing Black Friday events or doing holiday shopping events. Obviously, we deploy officers in and around those shopping locations to deter, obviously to protect the businesses themselves, to prevent and deter shoplifters. And then obviously when people are going inside these stores, that's when the crooks come out as well, and they pry on valuables that are left in vehicles. We're gonna have to slow down those events. But situations, as other counselors mentioned, from a SWAT call out to a fatal car crash, where we have to call in those specialists to come on in and monitor those events. That's going to definitely, those are events out of our control where we have to pay that overtime. And recently, over the last couple months, with all the protests and rallies and demonstrations that have been happening, we've had to hold over shifts, call in extra shift members to monitor those events in the evenings. There's events scheduled this weekend. We haven't made the final call, okay, which shifts are going to be held over. Our emergency response team members are going to have to come on in and pay them the overtime to focus on those events. Those are things that we didn't have planned for over the last 4 to 6 weeks. And all of a sudden those events have popped up and we've had to pay the overtime on those events. But with the overtime budget, I think through proper management of it and oversight of it, we can control it and do it and manage it to the best of our ability. But if we're going to be all managing and overseeing the overall city's budget over month by month on a quarterly basis, by mid-year, we hope to obviously be well within our overtime budget. If it shows that we are projecting to go over, then at that point, we would have to come in front of you all for requesting an increase to our overtime budget.
Okay, thank you, Chief. Councilor Cassett Sanchez asked the questions I had about the evidence room. So body cameras, I know there's been some changes at the state legislature. Looks like there may be some other changes. Are we in a position to make those changes as they come forth, or is that something we're looking at next fiscal year?
Mr. Chair, councilors, like I said, we have a great body-worn camera program here internally. All of the footage or data is stored here internally on servers. Although that new rule that came out saying, hey, you got to maintain the video or data for 120 days. If it's just a run-of-the-mill traffic stop, we've been purging that video. But now recently, we're going to do a change here, even just to fulfill the tort claims and our own rules. We're going to be probably holding on to data for up to 5 years now. So that'll be a change to our policy as we move forward. But our policy pretty much falls in line with what came out of that last bill out of the legislative session. And there's something that, as a deputy chief mentioned earlier, Valdez, he mentioned the Axon program. With the current program that we're with, or vendor, like I said, it's outdated equipment and we got to upgrade. And with Axon, it gives us that capability to be a cloud server or cloud-based, where we'd be able to automatically upload our video and every device would speak to each other, from the activation of a taser, the activation of a body-worn camera, the activation of in-car camera. And with that new system with Axon, if that's the vendor we go with, would be a request for the following year. And the rough preliminary data that we found is it's a $1.5 million contract. So it's a big ticket item, but that's the latest and greatest technology. And with being cloud-based, it would help us fulfill the discovery requests through the district attorney's office. And then secondly, all of the IPRA requests, we'd be able to fulfill those IPRA requests a lot quicker if it's cloud-based. And then also with that program, it comes with a redaction program, where if you do have to mute out or blur out someone's social security number or a violent crime scene that's going out to the media, with that technology, it would allow us. So right now, we have the system that we have. We do have some money to buy some of the camera heads or small devices with the program or company that we're with now. But for the next fiscal budget, and obviously we will pursue the avenue of grants that are become available to upgrade this technology. But that is the big ticket item that you all will be seeing next year. But it comes at a price tag of $1.5 million.
Thanks, Chief. So we're looking at that as well as additional cars that we're not going to be able to purchase this year, as you mentioned before. So just wanted to make sure I was clear on that. So I heard some questions about the SWAT team, and if we had to call in a sheriff or state police. So if we had, as part of our SWAT protocols, some de-escalation protocols, if we had to call in one of those other teams, we're operating off their protocols and not our own. Is that correct?
Mr. Chair, Councilor, that is correct. We'd defer the scene to them. We would be courteous enough to maintain that outer perimeter, keeping residents out of the location, deterring traffic to that location. But at that point, the scene would belong to New Mexico State Police or the Sheriff's Department, and it'd be up to them to follow their own practices and training from de-escalation techniques to the deployment of less lethal and lethal options. We'd be following their protocols, and the scene would become 100% theirs.
So if our protocols called for less lethal weapons and de-escalation protocols that called in perhaps a social worker or somebody else, they wouldn't have to adhere to those.
Mr. Chair, Councilor, yes, that is correct. We'd be at their beck and call. It'd be their scene inner perimeter wise 100%. And we can suggest saying, hey, wait, we have a social worker coming. We have one of our crisis team negotiating team member coming. They may say, sorry, this is our scene and you guys focus on that outer perimeter. And this is our scene and we're going to follow our policies and procedures.
So once you call sheriff or state police, they're the authority having the jurisdiction.
Mr. Chair, Counselor, that is correct.
And that's with regards to the entire scene.
That's correct.
Okay. So just like the other governing body members, I've been receiving many emails on decreasing funding, decreasing the militarization of our police force, a whole lot of other philosophical changes. So the mayor has created a task force that both myself and Councilor Villarreal have been asked to co-chair. So I guess my question either for the mayor or the city manager is, if these decisions regarding funding of some of these changes are going to be decided here at the finance committee or at city council, then why do we need a task force? Why do we need a group of committee members made up of various organizations to help us decide these things if they're going to be figured out here during our budget session?
Before the mayor Darrell answers, I want to thank you, Councilor Rivera, for that, because I've been sitting here wondering the same thing. To me, it seems like a lot of these things sounds like they should be vetted through the task force as opposed through the budget. I mean, because just because we approve a budget, I would think that, for example, contractual and utilities, we talked about some of the contracts in there. I would prefer that, okay, we'll give you this amount, but that doesn't mean you can go out and do those contracts. You still need to vet those contracts through the task force or the training or maybe even the vehicle purchase. But that's what I was coming to my attention as we were listening. So thank you for that question. And yeah, mayor or city manager, if you could address that, that would be helpful for me also.
Well, thank you, both of you, for the question and for all of the other material that's been coming to light. You know, I understand the governing or the finance committee and the budget session is a great opportunity to raise issues that are out in the public and in the country when it comes to policing and policies. I do think that Councilor Rivera makes a good point. When it comes to evaluating things like use of force policy, training, hiring, the practices that we've seen in other parts of the country where people do have their civil liberties violated by police. Those are issues that I really think this task force that I believe in with all my heart, those are areas where I really hope this task force will dig in and get not only the police department and police leadership on the record, but also fire, community services, emergency management, and the voice of the people of Santa Fe to talk about their real experiences with our public health, public safety, service delivery. I think the budget hearing, you know, I think it's a really rich opportunity to raise these questions and get the police department and leadership on the record. But the task force really has a very important mission, which is to arrive at listening and then recommending how we begin to create the culture and the practices and policies that will not only recognize the work that's already been done, and I think having listened to for the last couple hours to our police leadership, I'm very impressed by the work that they've already done and that they inherited, frankly, from previous administrations to make sure that the kinds of things that have been referenced, like dogs being sicked on people rather than used to deal with emergency situations, don't happen, haven't happened, God willing will never happen in Santa Fe. So Councilor Rivera, I think the work of the task force is even more important by virtue of this kind of a hearing. It really, here we can have questions and a dialogue of the police leadership with the governing body. The task force needs to go beyond that kind of a dialogue and look into best practices elsewhere, look at the kind of thing that you've surfaced to me and to Councilwoman Villarreal more privately about fascinating experiments in places like Scotland, where there's a different model that we can learn from, where we can expand our peripheral vision as well as our listening to the voices of the people of Santa Fe describe what they like, don't like, or could imagine as an aspiration for this health and public safety interface, because they really are two sides of the same coin. So everything I'm hearing in this conversation so far simply reinforces for me the value and the importance of the work that I'm very eager for you and Councilwoman Villarreal to be the leaders in getting going for the whole community as well as for the governing body. And I genuinely appreciate your raising the question, because it's serious and it's important, and the whole country is engaged in this. We've got to engage in it as well.
Well, thank you, Mayor. Just wanted that clarification. I want to make sure that we don't defund the use of lethal forces of like the tasers, when the committee may say that that's a better use of force than an actual weapon. So I want to make sure that we don't take away from the task force the ability to make those kinds of decisions. Even a dog may be, clearly, in my opinion, a better solution than an actual lethal weapon. So even though a dog could cause some harm, I don't think is as much harm as a lethal weapon. But that's something that the task force can discuss and look at along with PD and decide if that's the way really the community wants to go, because this is a community task force, and I would hate to take away their voice during decisions made during the budget process. So thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
Okay, Councilwoman Vihil Coppler.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I wanted to get back to the evidence room, and I'm happy for the information we've gotten so far. I've heard a lot about furniture and shelving and systems collection and such, and I think it's all good information. What I want to hear more about is what is in place to prevent this issue from happening again. I know there are systems that help you capture information, but if you don't have protocols in place, don't have security of even the people who are managing the system, then it could happen again. And I didn't hear a lot about that, as well as I want to know, as we're building this system and getting through it, court cases go on. And so how are we faring with the evidence that we may be in the middle of cataloging and such, with activity that's going on in the court system with regard to defendants and victims of crime?
Mr. Chair, Counselor, so you raised a good point. How do we prevent this from happening again? And the big part of it is this: we have to have good policies in place. And that's something that we did have, but unfortunately we have to make sure that there is good adherence to that policy. Having those policies alone does nothing to make sure that it does not happen, but making sure that you're on top of it and it's being abided by, that's what makes it a successful policy. But if we see things that we need to adjust on, those are things we're going to put into that new policy. So as we start with the process of the upgrades, the first things we wanted in place was the alarm system and the cameras as well. So that tracks that, and we wanted to lock down the access controls for that lower level. So as we mentioned before, we used to allow officers that were on alternate duty or pending discipline to be assigned there. As I mentioned several months ago, that practice has ended. We no longer do that. We make sure that we have people down there that have are in good standing with the department. They're not pending any type of corrective action. So we can keep those bad actors out of there, for one. The second side of it is make sure that we're accountable to the processes in place and being flexible. So for our submission side of it, if we see that there's something to adjust on, then we look at it, we train our personnel on it, we tell them, hey, make sure you're packaging this thing in this manner so we can account for each and everything. The other thing we did is we took those hard point criticism points from the audit to heart. When they brought up having the ability for our people downstairs to reject items and not put on the shelf because it's not either properly labeled, properly packaged, that gives us a chance to reject it. It goes in the rejection pile. We get with the person that submitted it. We inform them of the discrepancy. They fix the discrepancy, and then it can go into the system. So we don't put bad information or bad data into the system, even with the legacy system as well. We put those controls into place early on. So having those controls in place, that's what's going to make us successful in this whole thing. Without those things in place, we can have the best policies in place. We can have people that are squeaky clean. But if there's no accountability, then all that's going to be for naught. The other side of it too is on a monthly basis, I go downstairs and I inspect the evidence room. I take a look to make sure that things are being properly submitted, they're properly packaged. We do off-the-shelf audits where I say, all right, let's look at this box. Let's see what items are in there. Let's make sure that it's checked in on the screen or on the screen for our RMS, and that everything lines up and it's talking to each other. Where discrepancies exist, we contact our personnel and we train them on it. And we say, here's this issue, we need to correct it. If it's an issue that's deemed to be widespread or we have to change the process, we inform our personnel so they are aware of what's going on with that. The other part that you brought up are, again, a lot of cases are still ongoing in the process. So even though we're doing the installs of the items downstairs, the location is moved to another location and that's being tracked. So they know where that item is at all times within our system. So once we do that and we upload everything into the new system, it's going to begin its new record there at that point. And it's going to have the legacy information with it, showing where it has been throughout its life. But moving forward, there's going to be things that are going to change, such as the manual entry by our staff downstairs, which is a replication of work by the staff member who originally packaged and labeled that item. So with the new system, that will go away. But there is still the chance that exists. Again, we have decades of evidence downstairs. There could be something where we go downstairs, we look, we find an item, and we find a discrepancy. And the practice we've done and will continue to do so, if any discrepancies or issues are identified, we're going to communicate that with our partners at the DA's office and the public defender's office or the attorney for that individual, because that is their constitutional right to have that information provided. And as those come up, if it's something that was an incident that occurred either many years ago, or if it's something that occurred present, we'll have to make that decision to see if we do any corrective action on that. Some employees who submitted the evidence may no longer be with us. Some employees that violated policy may no longer be with us, but those that are here with us will be expected to adhere to the policies and procedures of the evidence room.
Okay, so I guess time will tell. I'll take that. Thank you for your, your efforts in this area. It's something that's really important, and so I appreciate it. The second question I have is for the chief or you. Can you tell us in this salary and wages line item, both of them, I suppose, I don't know where they are, but describe every single incentive that's given to officers?
All right, Mr. Chair, Counselor, so the incentives that we have in place are those that are contractual incentives. So with the POA, they have certain items such as a uniform allowance. If you work certain hours, either graveyard or swing shift, you're contractually provided a shift differential.
Can you say what the monetary values of those?
I'd have to look at what the breakdown is, because some of these incentives will depend on the wage of the individual, their hourly wage. So if they make one hourly rate versus another, that 5 or 10% is going to be a bit different. But I'd have to get additional information to break it down by how much of that incentive is for contractual for shift diff, how much is contractual for clothing allowance, and any of those other items that are there for the incentives. We also have a bilingual incentive depending on their skill level. If they can read it only, they get a certain percentage. If they can read, write, and speak, then they can get a higher level for that. There's also an incentive for college incentive for education. So if you had achieved your associate's, bachelor's, or a master's degree, and you're part of the POA, they do have incentives that are contractually agreed upon in the CBA. But those would be those incentives that are in place that are listed there in the salaries and benefits.
So what's the shift differential incentive?
So the shift differential is afforded to employees that work certain hours. So if you're assigned to work, it's called swing shift. So they work from 2 o'clock until midnight. They get a 5% increase of their hourly rate for their shift differential. If they work a graveyard shift, which is from 8:30 at night until 6:30 in the morning, they get a 10% of their hourly rate shift differential. And that's for both our sworn and civilian personnel that are members of the POA.
And is overtime computed on top of that?
My understanding is if it's overtime that they get, I'm not sure if they include that 10% or not. I'll probably have to defer to Ms. Bowen to just clarify that. I'm not sure if it does get tied into that 10%. So if they do work that overtime during those hours, but I'll see if she can answer that for us.
And while that's happening, is overtime included on all of these various incentives on top of these?
So the overtime is a different line item that we have. And that would be a different line item that it would come out of for the overtime for those positions.
Right, no, I understand that. I'm just wondering if overtime is computed on top of the incentives.
No, so the incentives only speak to those that are contractually obligated, such as shift differential, bilingual pay, and educational pay.
So overtime is not computed on shift differentials?
No, overtime's its own line item that it has, and that's where it's in there.
No, I'm talking about when the employee gets paid, they're on shift differential, they make 10% above their pay. And then when they work overtime, does the overtime get calculated on their basic rate of pay or on their rate of pay that includes the incentive of shift differential?
Okay, I'm gonna have to defer that to Ms. Bowen to clarify that for you. I was wondering if you wanted to know if it was the same line item or different ones, but the question is.
I only see salaries and benefits. It's not broken out, so.
Ms. Bowen on the line?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, Councilor Vihil Coppler. On the incentives itself, those are monthly incentives. Those are not computed with that. As far as the shift differential, I believe it is, but I would have to research that for you.
Okay, because someone would have had to budget for all this, so it seems like it would be easy to say either yes or no, but okay. As long as you're on the line, Ms. Bowen, how much does a person get for the bilingual incentive?
The bilingual basic is 100 and the advanced is 140.
So for a master's degree, for example?
A master's degree is 150.
Oh, okay. Oh, so what's the 140?
140 is bilingual advanced.
Okay, and what about just a bachelor's degree?
$100.
Okay, and what is the uniform allowance?
The uniform allowance is $500 unless they are part of the traffic team or bicycle team. Special operations, then they get a $50 in addition into that.
Okay, and do you issue 1099s for these, or is this just included? Because I know in the fire department, I think they might have gotten an extra tax form. Is this called out somehow for taxes or not?
Yes, they receive a check. They receive a check and it has all of that in there so that we could be in line with the IRS rule on that.
Okay. And then the signing bonus for is what?
The,
Do we still have the signing bonus?
I'm sorry. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Counselor Vihel Coppler. As of right now, if it is budgeted, we have it. I'm not sure from this point going forward.
Mr. Chair, counselors, if I could jump in there. So under our hiring incentives, at this time, we're still offering $15,000 for a police lateral to come our way and $1,000 hiring incentive if we do hire them. Right now, we're focusing on police laterals. So we have one starting on Monday. He will be receiving that $7,500 up front to become a Santa Fe Police Department officer. Like I said, in the background process, Deputy Chief Ben Valdez and his staff of recruiters have 10 laterals in the background process, and we want to onboard them within the next 4 to 6 weeks as they move forward with the background process and then hire. So right now in our current incentive program, we only have $40,000 in there. So if we hire those 10 officers or lateral officers, that's $75,000. We don't have enough money to pay them all. And as you stated earlier, Mrs. McCoy stated that we only have 5 senior lateral police officer positions available in our books right now, or with this budget moving forward. So right now, I guess it would become first come, first serve. And if these additional 10 lateral officers all make it, whichever ones applied first, we would only be able to say, okay, out of you 10, the first 5 that applied, you guys got it. The other 5, we can't even hire you, and we can't offer you the incentive if we don't have the money. So that's something that's going to have to be evaluated. And I would love by the time within the next hour or two, we'd have your thoughts and opinion on that. Should there be an increase in these incentives? The incentives have been paid a combination of that incentive line item of that 40 grand that we've had in our budget for the last few years. And then through the other hiring incentives, we've been able to pay them through vacancy savings.
Well, so in your example of the 10 laterals, if you only give 5 of them, and then you end up hiring the other 5 and they don't get it, then you're going to have 5 disgruntled employees for the rest of their career. I know how that works. So in this lateral $15,000 incentive, do they still have to stay 6 months or pay it back? I know we had established that in an incentive maybe the last 6 months or 8 months. Is that still the case? Do they have to pay it back? What if they leave?
Mr. Chair, counselors, you're talking about the retention incentive payment. Yes, when we're trying to retain the police officers, there was that fine print or clause in there. If they left within that time period, they would have to pay a certain percentage back. But we're hoping with these police officers or lateral police officers, they receive that $7,500 up front. When they come off probation 1 year later, then at that point, they would receive the other $7,500. So if they were to leave within, after that, receiving that first $7,500, they were to leave the department within 30 days, 90 days. As of this time, there is no city policy or directive that says they would have to pay a certain percentage back.
Because I know even across the state and elsewhere, people want to recruit, and there's a bidding war by offering incentives. It seems to me that for protection, I mean, we ought to think about how we can recoup and encourage the officers to stay. But usually when they're offered more at another police agency, they're going to take it. Especially if it's in Albuquerque or Rio Rancho, which most people live there anyway. So I really think that we need to watch these incentives. They do add up, and I'm not saying they're wrong, but I think we need to know that there's another component to salary and benefits. Maybe we should call it salary, wages, benefits, and incentives. So that we really know what we're paying. And I realize some of these are negotiated in contracts, but it's still good to know, where the money's going. I have I guess since Councilor Rivera brought up the committee, I believe, and one of the things we've been getting emails and seeing in the newspapers and some across the country is the philosophy of internal investigations and whether they should be public or private. Is that something, Chief, that you think should go to the new committee, or what are your thoughts on that?
Mr. Chair, Counselor, that's a great question. We want to be as transparent as possible, but we don't want to violate any of the personnel matters or rules and cover all the details of these investigations, whether it's an internal complaint or an external complaint. Just as the Albuquerque Police Department has an oversight review committee, I think as these new task forces stood up and they start to evaluate what they're going to want to see on a regular basis, on a monthly or a quarterly basis, these are some of those facts that are going to have to be out there. And I think without going into the details of each investigation, I think if details need to be out there, I think the number one thing that's the hot topic out there in the world right now are complaints of excessive force. If there's a complaint of an excessive force case here internally, or if there's a complaint that a citizen was arrested and they're accusing Officer Padilla of slapping them in the face while they were handcuffed in the back of a police car, that's excessive force. It's uncalled for. Then at that point, we would launch an internal affairs investigation handled by one of the 2 police lieutenants that are assigned to our professional standards unit, also known as the internal affairs unit. They would conduct an internal affairs investigation and figure out, did Officer Padilla use excessive force? Then at that point, yes, I agree that case with certain rules and limitations of what's reviewed and what's going to be given to this committee so they can see and what's under their purview, they can review that. But the details where it comes down to what was the corrective action taken with Andrew Padilla? Did he receive a letter of counseling following the rules of progressive discipline? Or was the incident so excessive and outrageous, did it result in a 30-day suspension, or did it result in termination of Officer Padilla? Those are all things that this task force is going to have to establish and determine what do they want to see and what can they see. What HR rules can we make sure that we don't violate? What rules regarding personnel rules that we make sure that we don't violate? But through this task force, yes, we definitely want to cover and explain, hey, here are the types of use of force incidents we've had. We deployed a taser on so many occasions. We deployed the police canine on so many occasions. We deployed a beanbag shotgun on so many occasions. Was it effective? Was it ineffective? Do we need more training? The pursuit review committee, the stats of.
Okay, Chief, I'm going to stop you there. We're already going to run on 2.5 hours. And we still have the operations. So go ahead, Councilor Vigil Koppler. Do you have another question?
Well, I don't have a question, but I will save it and I will bring it up later. And it has to do with an issue that I think is important for the new committee and especially the 2 co-chairs to know about. And I will reserve my comments for later. Thank you. Thank you, Chief and Chiefs.
All right. Councilor Garcia, you had your hand up. I don't see it up now. Did you want to ask anything?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. And a lot of the questions I had were already asked or by my colleagues. But since we were on the topic of the task force, I do want to say this is why it's critical that we include the $750,000 in the community services budget, because we don't know what is going to be recommended by this task force. And we need to ensure that we have the appropriate amount of resources allocated. And so as we work through this, to Councilor Rivera's point, do we need the resources in this current budget or not? I think we do. And if we don't, then we'll have the opportunity to then adjust accordingly. A bit of clarification, I guess, on this particular portion of the budget. So all these costs are solely to be incurred by the staff that are being paid through this administration division. Is that correct?
Mr. Chair, councilors, that is correct.
Okay, so then that would be why, for example, the gas is, I can't remember the exact amount. It was somewhere around 500,000. So it would only be covering the gas of those staff members, not the police force, but the staff in this portion of that's covered by this budget?
No, Counselor, I think we were explained that it covers the entire department, and historically, this is just where they have always put it.
So thank you, Chair, for that clarification. So $500,000 is what we allocate for the entire year for our fleet vehicles for the entire department?
Mr. Chair, Councilors, that is correct. It's for the entire police department. Our 3-year average is $468,000. And I apologize, I thought you were mentioning earlier, was this line item for fuel going to be used for other departments as we establish this new combined effort for the committee moving forward?
Okay, thank you, Chief, for clarifying, and thank you, Chair. And so I guess in similar vein, the travel and training portion of the other operating costs in general fund, is that to be only for the staff in the department under this administration division portion of the budget?
Mr. Chair, Councilors, that is correct.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure that we weren't trying to include other police officers. And I know that as we've been going through the rest of the departments, a lot of them have been cutting their travel and training budgets. Is this a reduction? Is $14,000 a reduction from years past?
Mr. Chair, Councilors, that is correct.
Okay, what is usually expended in prior years? If we're allocating 14,000, what do we usually spend on travel and training?
Mr. Chair, Councilors, we may have to get back to you on the average or what was presented or what we expended during fiscal year 20, unless Ms. Bowen has those numbers readily available right now. But this training that would be covered would be like some for our evidence technicians that were recently hired or ones that were currently employed that went to evidence room management, the day-to-day operations. It would also cover some of the non-sworn civilian training.
Okay, thank you, Chief, for that clarification. And lastly, I just want to echo what some of my other colleagues have brought up in regards to resources being utilized for what would be classified as the militarization supplies. And so as we go through the operations portion of the budget, I would like to request that we break those out and what those particular items are and what the costs that you're requesting for them. And that's all I have, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you, Counselor. Counselor Cassette Sanchez, did you want to did you have a question on the administrative division, or are we ready to move on to operations?
It's administrative. Thank you. Real fast, regarding fuel. So cars we replace 5 years or 100,000 miles, whatever comes first, correct?
Mr. Chair, Councilors, that is correct.
How frequently are we on average replacing our vehicles?
Mr. Chair, Councilors, so every fiscal year we present the replacement ranging from $1.2 to $1.5 million, which covers the replacement of at least 22 to 26 police vehicles. And they range from administrative cars all the way up to a fully marked police vehicle. We're trying to kick it to Deputy Chief Ben Valdez earlier to give you those stats and an evaluation of our reserve fleet following our policy, but he was cut off due to time constraints. But on average, we replace 22 to 26 police vehicles a year following that policy.
But do we have information on what the lifespan of those vehicles have been? Have they been in the department for 2 years, more on the average of 5 years?
Mr. Chair, Councilors, yes, on average, a patrol vehicle, a car out and about in the field used by a basic patrol officer lasts for about 5 years. And at that time, it's sent off to auction, and gear and equipment that can be pulled off that vehicle and used as a reserve backup for another in-service vehicle. Then at that point, we will do that.
Okay, so yeah, I definitely, that information would be wonderful if we could get confirmation on that, as well as on average, how many miles are spent on duty and how many miles are spent on cars as part of commuting. I'm guessing that those numbers are not on your fingertips, but I would like to receive them, please. And in the interest of time, let's move on.
Okay, so Chief, let's go to operations. Your salary, wages, and benefits, that's a little over $15 million, almost 16 million. I don't see anything in supplies. Insurance, we know what insurance is, 630,000. You have other operating costs of 115,433. And then we have animal services, supplies, other operating, and capital outlay, which is minor. So let's go straight to questions from the committee. Council, who wants to start? Councilwoman Cassette Sanchez.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think this will be a question for everybody, but let's jump into other operating costs and the breakdown of that for this budget.
Okay, go ahead, Chief. What makes up, or what are you proposing to do with the $115,000 and $433?
Mr. Chair, councilors, I see that reduction there. And like I said, I refer here to Mrs. McCoy, Andy, or Ms. Bowen.
Mr. Chair, this is Andy. That cost is pretty much exclusively fleet costs, fleet internal service in the general fund. The general fund, other operating costs, I should say, not the fleet costs are not in the general fund. The fleet function is an internal service fund, but that amount is the assessment for the fleet costs.
Okay, so Chief, are there SWAT vehicles or weapons or vests or anything that's proposed under other operating costs, or is it truly all just fleet repair of vehicles and things of that nature?
And Mr. Chair, councilors, at this point, like I said, there's no request to purchase any SWAT vehicles, any militarization or militarized vehicles. Yes, there are some requests to replace some, like body armor, batteries, flashlights. Those are some of those operating supplies and costs that would be incurred.
Okay, thank you. Other questions?
We've hashed out a lot of this. So kind of getting back to this idea of what this commission, this task force is going to be looking at, and the merging of these different departments and really how we address public safety. Councilor Rivera was speaking about overtime, and part of what we are looking at is what is our general public safety strategy. So one of my questions is, of the number of calls that you get, how many, I asked this of fire yesterday, how many do you think are related to, what percentage would you say are related to things that have a public health component? So addiction, man down, homelessness. How much do you think that your team is responding to that?
Mr. Chair, councilor, for the year of 2019, there was over 8,000 calls for service for disorderly conduct. That's way too many. That's where there's a call of an aggressive panhandler, people fighting, just run-of-the-mill stuff causing problems. That's where a majority of our officers spend all of their activity responding to. Assisting ambulance calls, which could be a true a situation where maybe there's a hazard on a house, but someone's having a heart attack. Yeah, we're still going to go to support our fire department. But ambulance calls, last year alone, we did over 3,200 calls for service all alone. But that's a high number. And even to present date for this current year, for those disorderly conduct calls, we already have over 3,300 calls for service regarding disorderly conduct calls. Ambulance assist calls, we have over 1,100 already. And those range from someone passed out on the side of the road to a welfare check that to present date, we already have over 2,000 calls for service. So these are all calls where someone has overdosed and we're responding to someone's passed out on the side of the road, to someone is possibly homeless and they're sleeping outside, maybe a business front or in a waterway or underneath an arroyo or a bridge somewhere. That's where our officers are responding to. aggressive panhandler on private property, we're still going to have to respond to that. A panhandler in the middle of the roadway where someone calls in and says, hey, I think they're intoxicated and they're following down, or it looks like they're asleep. We have to send 2 officers to that type of situation or call for service. So that's where we spend a majority of our time responding to those types of calls. And if you eliminate those calls, and if this task force establishes that there's going to be another civilian force of some sort that would respond to these calls for service, then that would give that opportunity for our officers to be proactive and make those business contacts and residential contacts. And in all reality would what? Improve our response time to the true calls for service that we need to go to, from domestic disturbances, violence calls, 911 hangups, burglary calls, suspicious person or vehicle calls. That would definitely increase our response times. And after the fact incidents could be because someone broke into a home. Instead of that constituent having to wait 1 hour, 2 hour, 3 hours, we'd be able to improve on those response time if we do have this designated response team that would be able to respond to these calls for service of overdoses, or just a person down on their luck and they're having a bad day, bad month, bad year, and they're homeless. And we need to meet with them and get them into the services that hopefully that they're willing to accept, and have them become productive members of the community. That's what ties a lot of our time up right now.
Thank you for that, Chief. You know, I think that that's part of this larger conversation that we're having is not just about practices. That is absolutely part of the conversation. What are the policies? What are the procedures? But also the city's investment in programs and what that really means for public safety. I think that that's going to be one of the cruxes of the conversation that we need to have going forward. This is an iterative budget year. We've already established this. We will be looking at this time and again. And what I would ask of police department, of community services, of this new department, if we pass it, of this commission, if we approve of that as well, is really looking at how we identify the appropriate levels of force that we need. How many police officers do we need? And right now it is going to be based on the fact that they are answering to these calls. So I think that's going to be a really important conversation that we need to have on a regular basis. And we will need to be looking at how our budget reflects that. I also would really encourage everybody to be having those conversations about community policing. And as the chief mentioned, proactive measures that they can be taking in the community if we are able to really be focusing on some of these prevention strategies or other response methodologies, then perhaps we don't need as much overtime when we are coming to the holiday season because we have moved some of these things off the police's plate. So these are all really big conversations. What I would say is that I know this has been a long conversation, and I think that we're going to need to have it again in probably about 6 months after the commission moves through and after we get some of this data. I really want to start seeing movement on what we think this starts to look like. Chief, the other thing that I'd like to hear a little bit more about with operations, I understand that we do have a domestic violence operation that is a little bit different. Am I correct in that understanding? And if so, can you please give me a little bit more information on it?
Mr. Chair, Councilor, if you could just expand on your question a little bit more, what you're specifically looking for.
So my understanding, and I could have the wrong understanding, is that we have a domestic violence response team or a specialized group of individuals for domestic violence. Am I correct in that?
Mr. Chair, Councilor, yeah, we don't have a dedicated team that just responds to domestic violence situations. Right now, every basic police officer that's out and about in the field, they are the ones that respond to domestic violence situations. Every police officer or even a traffic officer would have to respond to that type of situation. If you're looking forward to the domestic violence coordinator who's contracted through the Solace Center, we pay, like I said, through that contract with the Solace, approximately $71,000, which goes towards her salary. And she works with our criminal investigations division or detectives that provide stats and review, and they have a good working relationship. But that's covered through the Solace Center contract.
Okay, thank you. That must be what I had been hearing about. Chair, I'll go ahead and yield the floor at the moment. I know that there are other individuals with questions.
Thank
Thank
you,
you, Chief.
Councilwoman Romero Worth.
Thank you. Chief, and now that we're at the operations budget, I'd just like you to comment a little bit. One of the things, the other aspect of the emails we've been receiving is this idea of defunding the police department. And, you know, I guess I'd like to understand, and specifically, I think they're calling for something like 50% cuts. Can you comment on what that would look like for our community and this budget? My understanding, and we have the numbers in front of us, but I don't know the overall percentage. Our budget is largely people and officers. And, you know, we have issues with response times and being able to cover the whole community. And I just want an opportunity to hear from you what that would mean. And I think Councilor Cassett Sanchez certainly outlined, I think, some of the things that we might do that address more specifically what those people in our community are concerned about. But the way it gets boiled down is this idea of defunding by a pretty large percentage.
Mr. Chair, councilors, historically, the police department budget, yes, it's large, where there's no denying it, but every year, over 70% it covers salaries and benefits. Over 70% covers salaries and benefits for the police department. And this isn't just for police officers or myself. This covers our support staff from evidence techs, public safety aides, animal service officers, detectives, supervisors. This is everyone. All right now, approximately 75% right now of this current proposed budget is salary and benefits. So if you think that, I understand everyone's thoughts on defund the police and we need to think differently. Yes, I agree. We got to think differently. A basic police officer right now, if I were to call them up or give the direction right now that they wouldn't have to respond to a panhandler, they wouldn't have to respond to someone that's supposedly homeless sleeping in a park, on a dugout, passed out on the side of the road. If we told them that they wouldn't have to respond to that, they would love it. They'd be able to do some proactive activity like what? Speed enforcement, seatbelt enforcement, loud muffler enforcement, cell phone enforcement. They would be able to get out there and make those positive community contacts and educate people. But yes, I agree that we need to think differently. And I think right now, looking at our budget combined between administration and operations, yes, it sounds like a lot of money. Big changes from last year to this year is those raises that were approved of last year for all our police officers that are members of the POA or the Police Officer Association. All those raises went into effect. Those $22, $25, $30 an hour for senior pay for those detectives, and how we're competing now within the state and getting these people in the door. That's where you see that large increase in our budget. These are the frontline men and women, from police officers, animal service officers, public safety aides, that are doing everything and anything right now and keeping this community safe. And I personally thank them, even though they don't see me say it all the time, or I don't meet with them all the time. When there's a request that, hey, there's not someone wearing a face covering over at Swan Park, there's an ATV at Swan Park, there's someone not wearing a face covering on the plaza, there's loud mufflers in and around the plaza area, there's speeding and drag racing on St. Francis Drive and Zia. These are the men and women that are focusing on these activities and doing the proactive work. So it sounds okay that we step in and we defund everything right now, but the budget that you have in front of you covers those salaries and benefits. It's the money that we have right now that established to cover the current contractual agreements that we have right now, from tow truck vendors to the psychologists for counseling for officers. This is money to pay the bills. There's no fluff in there. And one thing that Deputy Chief Valdez left out earlier for the canine program is there may be an incident where the dog gets injured. So we'd have to tap into one of our existing contracts with one of our local veterinarians to service that dog or give the dog a shot or heal a hurt paw. Another thing that those 2 K9 officers receive is a $100 incentive per month on top of the dog food that he mentioned. But these are all great programs that we need to have to keep this community safe. And you mentioned staffing numbers. Right now, we average about 18 to 20 officers per shift. That's day shift, swing shift, and graveyard shift. When I speak to the patrol captain and Deputy Chief Joy, they would love to have 70 or 75 officers assigned to the patrol division. That would be 25 officers per shift. Right now, on average, you only see about 6 to 8 police officers per shift. And then you got to count when someone's on family medical leave, someone calls in sick, someone's in training. Is there an opportunity to backfill? I would love to have 30 officers per shift, giving a total of 90 officers. When the Police Foundation came in, they did a staffing assessment and they covered everything and anything. How are we looking overall? How can we recruit and retain? And that's what they focused on. What was not done was a workload assessment. We responded to over 90-some thousand calls for service last year. And that's on track for the previous year. And we're possibly going to exceed that this year with all the response for the COVID crisis. A workload assessment would cover, hey, out of an hour period, Andrew Padilla should be able to respond to about 45 minutes worth of calls. During that other time, I should be working on a police report and leaving 5 to 10 minutes maybe to be proactive. A workload assessment would be able to say, okay, based upon the number of calls for service, from a man down to an overdose to a police crash, domestic violence incident, at that point, they would be able to determine how many cops should the Santa Fe Police Department have based upon a workload assessment, not based upon a population ratio.
So, and I just want to, since I've been on the council, I think one of the things that we've been focused on is recruitment and retention strategies. And I went back to the foundation report that we had done, and that I think we spent a whole study session, we spent a whole evening reviewing. And so, I just was looking at a recommendation in that report, which said to effectively address recruiting and retention challenges, the Santa Fe Police Department must invest and commit to a long-term strategy that will take time and significant effort to produce positive results. And I think those are the things that we have been working on. You pointed out the pay raise that we did last year. I know that, prior to the downturn in the economy, I think we were looking at what options we might have in this fiscal year. And now, the budget is at a place where we can't do those kinds of things. But it just, to defund by 50% would certainly fly in the face, I think, of the struggles you all have had and the ability to keep the community safe. And so I just want to point that out, I guess. And if you have any other thoughts that are brief, I know the chair probably wants to move on because we have certainly spent a lot of time on this.
Go ahead, Mr. Padilla.
Mr. Chair, councilors, yes, we have a great police department here. Just like any family, some people, there's gonna be that love-hate relationship. Some people may love me, some people hate me. We know that this is a great environment here within the police department. We've become very competitive once again to getting this men and women in the door. And now, right now, it's a tough time to be in law enforcement. We were always struggling before, but we're looking good right now. And it's great when Deputy Chief Valdez and his recruiting officer tell me that we have 8 to 10 laterals right now, and we hope to hire them. But what I want is that backing from you all, that I'm not just going to be limited to 5 police officer positions that I can hire when I have 10. I would love, by the time we're wrapped up today, or obviously into next week, when it goes in front of the governing body, that I have the authority to hire those 10. And at that point, we say, hey, due to financial issues, we can no longer offer that $15,000 hiring incentive. The ones that recently applied over the weekend and maybe up until this week or up until next week on the 29th when you all meet, first come, first serve basis. If you submit your application and you successfully test and pass, we'll offer and honor that $15,000 hiring incentive and that 160 hours of administrative leave. And anyone applying after that, they would not be able to receive it, and we would stop advertising it and we would remove it from our standalone website of SFPD Online. But right now, to defund the police would definitely hurt us and would affect our response times out the door. If you defund us, and I understand everyone's sentiments in the community and the nation, the way it sounds, but I'm in agreement that yes, we need to have a different civilian response team to deal with the issues of homelessness and people that are panhandling and people that are passed out on the side of the road. And you heard from Chief Babcock yesterday of this response team with a social worker and a counselor and a firefighter, EMT, and a police officer responding to these man down calls or a panhandler call. As he said, as the stats come in, we all know that one little mobile unit like that or strike team is not going to be needed. We all know that probably 5 to 10, but as we hear the successes of that team over the next couple of months, hopefully by mid-year, we can say, hey, look, we have enough staffing and funding to expand by 1. And then as we present again in March, April, May of next year, we're doubling that little strike team and response team. And maybe by this time next year, we have 4 or 5 of those little response teams separate from this whole committee and health and safety as we move forward. But reiterating the point that this budget, like I said, over 70% is salaries and benefits. The rest is to pay the bills. And as we move forward, and we say, of course, with Kira Ochoa's budget, that through her contracts, that we're going to tap into some of those funds to expand on different situations. I think what right now is, although we all say that we got to get out of these silos and all work together, right now, each of these departments is presenting their budgets individually. Why? Because we're still individual departments. Maybe next fiscal year will be semi-merged. And to think that the task force will have a direction in 2 weeks, hopefully within the next 60, 90 days, we'll have a better foundation of what they're going to be reviewing and how fine detail are they going to be able to review every purchase of pencils and pens. How are they monitoring our fuel? But right now, you can't tell me or you can't show me that how many state or agencies here within the state of New Mexico require that law enforcement officer reside in the city limits. Right now, every agency from my research and what I know is every agency within the state of New Mexico has some type of take-home radius. It's in their contracts or approved by the chief of police and their governing bodies saying, hey, look, you don't have to live in the city limits. If that's something that you all would like to impose and limit and say, hey, you have to live within 10 miles of the city limits, and it doesn't obviously affect the current employees that we have, then that's the way the new rule is. Just when we changed it from 60 miles to a 45-mile radius several years ago, that's how we're able to recruit. And every agency that's out in New Mexico right now, that's how they're able to recruit.
Thank you, Chief. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Councilwoman Villarreal.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Let's see. So because I didn't hear because of the storm breakup, I was wondering, can you remind me what the number of staff again is for operations filled and vacant?
Mr. Chair, Councilor, in operations, we have 182 positions total. 182 positions. So that's where we have 104 officers, 27 detectives, 19 sergeants, 7 lieutenants, 1 captain's position, which is vacant, which I hope to fill by the end of this calendar year, just to give the patrol captain some support. We have 8 animal service officers in there. We have an animal services supervisor, 1 civilian crime scene technician. We have that vacant crime intel or information analyst. We have 9 public safety aides and 4 patrol safety aides.
Chief Padilla, the 182 is just for operations, you said?
That is correct.
Okay, so out of the 82, we have how many filled?
It's 182. And
Filled.
so that's how many positions are slated or allocated to operations. We do have some vacancies.
And how many, Chief?
So we have that vacant crime or criminal information analyst. We have 3 animal service officer vacancies. We have 6 patrol safety aide vacancies. We have 1 public safety aide vacancy and 1 captain vacancy.
Okay, so add it up for me. Sorry.
12, I think.
12, thank you. 12 vacancies out of the 12 out of the 182 positions.
Yes, that's what I got.
Got it. Okay. So trying to find the line item, the Animal Services Fund, what does that get funded from? Is there a separate funding stream?
Mr. Chair, Counselor, so that's covered here through our budget itself. And like I said, going back to the vacancies, I know you guys mentioned 12. But if you cover the support staff that's there, I can give you guys a further breakdown, but the number is more than just 12 within operations.
Support staff and admin, correct? You're talking about?
Yes, you have non-sworn and then you have that sworn within operations. I can have Ms. Bowen, while we continue and talk about other topics here or questions, fill the exact vacancies within operations and total them up together, because we do have some vacant detective positions as well. From the top of my head, it sounds like we have about 7 vacant detective positions. But Ms. Bowen, if she can do those calculations now here behind the scenes.
Can tell us then later on the number of positions that are filled in operations only and the number of vacancies in operations only, since we already did the admin numbers earlier. For animal services, the reason why I'm asking, I'm just curious if that fund is a different revenue source.
Mr. Chair, Counselor, it's comes out here under animal services, and it does have its own category.
Chief, does the revenue come from general fund, or is it grant funded, or do we know, or Mary McCoy, how is animal services funded?
Mr. Chairman, councilors, I'm going to ask Bradley Flitch to weigh in on Fund 222, the Animal Services Fund, and the revenues that's generated through this fund. Brad, go ahead.
Good afternoon, Chairman, Council. Hang on, I just gotta get my screen over here. Fund 222.
220 is what we have.
220.
Okay, thank you. The revenues are animal permit fees, penalties, and reimbursement refunds. Primarily, penalties are $31,500. Animal permit fees are $18,069.
And in this
for revenues.
Okay, so and in this case, because it seems like all of it has been canceled out, did we just not get as much funding revenue from this particular fund, or did it get moved into something else?
Andy, if you could speak to where the revenues go?
Mr. Chair, councilors, I can speak to that. We did see a decrease in the Animal Services Fund, the 220 fund before you on the table, of 18,000. We did ensure that the revenues match the expenses. As we were forecasting this particular revenue source out, we are expecting, a slight decrease. And again, if the revenues in the next 11 months start to come in higher than what we have projected as far as our revenues for this fund, we can then go ahead and do a budget adjustment to increase those expenditures. I think that about covers it for this, for the Fund 220.
Thank you. And so those expenses that are listed on here that you said were covered, what are the types of expenses? Are they specific to animal control services or other more general operating expenses?
Mr. Chair, councilors, Councilor Villarreal, you had a lot of feedback there, but it sounded like you were asking the expenses there within animal services. That covers their small amount of supplies, which we had to reduce. And we're going to cover that through our other categories or subcategories where we'd be able to buy their supplies out of.
What are some of the things that are the operating costs and capital outlay that they need for animal control services?
Mr. Chair, Counselor, so Animal Services Division, some of the things that they need is some supplies as the pole catches, gloves, basic equipment like that they would need.
So all of this actually covers their needs? This budget?
They've always had their own standalone operating budget, and for further breakdown, if we can have Ms. Bowen chime in, and if she has it ready available, she can cover it what they normally buy out of there. If not, we can follow up with you after the fact.
Okay. Are the salaries obviously are not covered by this, correct? For animal service staff?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, Councilor Villarreal. The salaries are not in there. They are in the Operations General Fund.
Okay.
Capital outlay you were referring to, that is the cost of a vehicle and the kennel, one vehicle and a kennel.
Okay.
The other operating costs are the inventory exempt, which is the equipment and the labor for install of the equipment.
Got it. Okay, thanks for that clarity. And do you have the numbers for positions, or should I move on to my other question?
It was 151 that are filled and 31 vacant.
151 filled and 31, you said?
31 vacancies, yes.
Vacancies, okay. Thank you for that. That's helpful.
You're welcome.
So Chief, Councilwoman Cassett Sanchez brought up the issues that I think are important about the calls you all have to respond to that are really public health related, and there is a certain level of expertise needed to deal with mental health, etc. And a few years ago, I don't know, I would say probably 3 or 4, during a budget hearing just like this, but in person, I had mentioned to you, because there were a number of vacancies at that time as well for police officers. And I had asked, well, if the particular calls that you just outlined for us, and they were pretty similar during that time of the kind of things that you all had to respond to, I had asked, well, what if instead you use your vacancies and utilize and hire social workers or people of that level of expertise instead? Do you remember what you said to me?
Mr. Chair, Counselor, I don't remember exactly what I told you.
You actually didn't say anything, and everybody in the back of the room rolled their eyes and laughed, your officers. And while I understand that they don't want to necessarily give up positions in order to do a good job in the field, it also speaks to the fact that there may be a need for balancing what you have vacant and actually having those people that you end up hiring being the folks that have the expertise to deal with public health related calls. Would you agree?
Mr. Chair, Counselor, yes, I definitely agree. The tough situation, I think, which we'd have to identify moving forward with this task force is if I am allowed to hire these 10 lateral police officers, and we say, okay, out of the remaining police officer positions, as hard as it would be to give them up, we'd have to reallocate and use our staffing levels here internally differently. And if it's the determination of this new director that were to come on in and working with the fire department and Kira Ochoa from community services and say, okay, out of this task force and with this new director approved of through this fiscal presentations and next week's governing body presentation on the 29th, that you were all to say, okay, out of the remaining 5-10 police officer positions within the police department budget, let's now pull those from the police department's budget and turn them into community caseworkers or counselors or these therapists that would work through this new combined effort moving forward to help deal with these situations where we don't have to have a police officer respond to. Yes, I'm all for that. But to consider moving forward, that workload assessment still needs to be done within the police department to say, okay, as of now, we have or allotted 169 police officer positions. And I'll just use the number of 10. We convert these 10 police officer positions into these caseworkers or therapists or counselors, we do this workload assessment next fiscal budget or the following fiscal budget under this administration or a different one. And then now they recommend that, hey, look, the police department is now dropped down to 159 and their response times are still struggling. And yes, these other caseworkers or therapists are doing a great job in reducing the amount of calls for service. But based upon the workload assessment, the police department should be fully staffed. And I'll just use the number of 200 police officers. That just giving you how we would look now, how it may look in 6 months, and then what would possibly be the future when this workload assessment would be completed in 1 year, 2 years from now.
Well, that's good to hear that and to know that you feel that way. I think what was our concern for community services is that there is a large piece of the budget that was allocated to have as a backup for potential for social workers or any kind of other support teams like that or support individuals. And while I'm not opposed to that, it also just seemed like an imbalance to me because there are positions and vacancies that you have right now that we want to obviously make sure that you have the staff you need to do a good job. And then simultaneously, how is it that you all would be able to get the tools and resources that your officers need to be successful? Well, it may be actually that there's social workers and people that would deal with the calls that you just described that seem to take way more time than officers would like. So I don't know what the magic number is right now. I don't know what that looks like. I guess we want, and I think all of my colleagues feel this way, we want, like I said, to make sure that our officers have the tools and resources to be successful and simultaneously look at the structure that they work under that is functional, that is just, that is fair, not just for our officers, but also for the community that pays for their salaries. So a quote that was given to me recently that I don't know who it comes from, but they said, progress requires change, but not all change is progress. So I just still think we need to figure out what kind of culture of policing and public safety we want to see in Santa Fe. And I don't know what the magic number is for your staff or what it looks like for any kind of prevention individuals. I just want people to know that there is a change that is needed. And I just think it's good to hear you say that you are supportive of that potential change, obviously as it relates to making sure that your officers are supported. But we will have to look at that. And that's not just task force work, but it's also all of our work to kind of think about what that could mean. And then also just will end with the fact that I think what would help us, and it probably would also help prioritize, and you may do this, but we don't see this, is if we got regular updates of data, like what are your responses regularly, like monthly or quarterly, and how are you adjusting your staff to be able to look at those particular calls that you go on right now, then that can actually inform us about how to better police in our community and what are the things that we need to adjust accordingly. So instead of having to ask your staff to like give us data and be reactionary, it would be great if that was just something we get regularly, like, hey, this is an update on the police department, and these are the kind of calls that we're getting and responding to, and therefore these are the things that we are going to prioritize in this way. So I'm just letting you know that it would be extremely helpful to get regular updates and data so that we can be not just data driven, but we have something to say, look, these are what the numbers are telling us. Obviously, qualitative data is just as important as quantitative to me, but I just think that those are the things that we need to fold in together to be able to do a good job and support your staff as well as the needs of our community. So I will yield the floor now. Thank you.
Councilwoman Lindell.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for that, Councilor Villarreal. I completely agree. I just have a couple of quick questions that aren't 40,000-foot questions. They're pretty easy, I think. Have we had any police that we've paid incentives to not work out the time that we expected them to take the transfer incentive or the signing on bonus and work a short amount of time and then leave?
Mr. Chair, councilors, the only, it's a small handful. It would be on the police cadet side, where maybe after 1 month or a handful of months, they've up and left within 1 month, 2 months, or within 10 months of being with the police department. But no police laterals from my memory have up and left.
And what was the signing bonus that we gave those folks?
Mr. Chair, councilors, for police cadet, for about 2 years now, we've been offering them $1,000.
Okay. Second question, where are we with the automated speed cameras?
Mr. Chair, councilors, for the STOP program, we've been working with a company called Vera Mobility out of Arizona. Deputy Chief Ben Valdez and Marcos Martinez from the City Attorney's Office have been diligently working on that contract, going back and forth. I constantly put pressure on Deputy Chief Valdez. At least once a week, I bring up the topic because I know it's a hot topic all the way around, and we definitely need to get these devices deployed. I'm hoping that these devices can be deployed by the end of this calendar year. So I'm hoping after they are deployed, maybe in October, November, after a 30-day grace period, we would go live with those 2 speed vans and the standalone speed monitoring traffic safety cameras, or TSCCs. But that is the goal, is to hopefully have them 100% fully operational and deployed, and have those 6 devices deployed within the city of Santa Fe by December.
And one more question. 169 sworn officers is our goal, correct?
Mr. Chair, Councilor, that is correct.
And right now we have 23 vacancies. If we hired these 10 lateral, we would be at 10 vacancies. Is that, or 13 vacancies, correct?
Mr. Chair, Councilor, so on Monday, we'll have a lateral officer join us. That'll drop us down to 22. And then if we get the approval from you all to hire these other 10 laterals, then that would drop us down to 12. That would be amazing.
Okay, so in terms of number of officers, during the time that you've been chief, what's the greatest number of vacancies that you've had, and what's the least number that you've had?
Mr. Chair, Councilor, off the top of my head, we were up to about 31, 32 vacancies last year. And then the lowest that we've gotten to has been about 22 to 23. So we're currently at that right now.
Okay, so the direction I'm moving with this, chief, is to say, if you got down to 13 vacancies, that would be pretty amazing. And maybe then we start looking at, do we really need to fund and have a placeholder for all of those vacancies? Or can some of those positions be looked at to hire, to address some of the situations that we have thousands and thousands of calls for service for? And I know that no one likes to give up positions per se, but I think it might make us a better police force, and I think police would be happier. I don't think they particularly like doing social work. And I think it's something that the council should be thinking about and that we should have a conversation about. So with that, I'll yield the floor, and thank you, Chief and Deputy Chief Valdez, for this afternoon's information.
Thank you. Councilwoman Vihil Coppler.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. You know, I have something to bring up that I think is important, especially in the line of questioning with that Councilor Villarreal, that she brought up some of her statements, and also something that I think the committee, the task force that she and Councilor Rivera will chair. And I'll preface my comment by saying I know that police officers want to do a good job. I am a big believer in the work that they do and the stress that they have and the danger that their lives can be in. And I'll never forget the impassioned presentation that Tony Trujillo gave when we had a late night city council meeting at the rodeo grounds, in which he described the day in a life of police officers. So I truly appreciate that. And I've never forgotten it. And I still understand that, and I still support the department and the work they do. My comments are with regard to the earlier questioning about response to calls. And, you know, everyone says if you're in trouble and you need help and you're out, you may be out in the street or somewhere in the community, drive to the nearest police station. And that is exactly what one of our community families did on a day that I was filming with Joe Abeyta, the police banner video. So you know where I'm going with this, Chief, and unfortunately, I've never had an answer. I never had a response to this. This is getting down to real life police work, real life situations, real life instances. And as the filming was done, Mr. Joe Abeyta and I were in your parking lot at your building, and out runs a little girl, probably wasn't even 6 years old, screaming and crying, begging for a police officer. So it was quite traumatic. I'm even shaking now because I'll never forget this. And so we sprung into action. I took care of the little girl. Mr. Abeyta went to the police window, begging for a police officer to come out and help. Meanwhile, this little girl leads me to the parking area where her mother and other family member, and then another car drove up with a friend, I suppose, completely begging for a police officer. The mother was, and there was a dispute with the daughter. I was really frightened, and I was waiting for a police officer to come out. Mr. Abeyta was begging them to come out, and you know this. And it must have been, it was a frantic situation, and it was a very long time. Nobody came out. And finally, the family members, after fighting and carrying on, and I didn't know if they had weapons, and this little girl was crying and crying in my arms. And the mother finally said, I guess when you need help and when you need a police officer, you don't drive to the police station because nobody's going to help you. So after a while, away they drove, and one of the daughters took off down the street. A police officer finally did come out. I mean, way too long after. Everything was dissipated. Everybody left. And I'm just really concerned that there was a lack of urgency on behalf of the police department. I don't know why, if someone's begging for help at the window, and we know there's police officers in there because one of them came out while we were filming and gave us a hard time for being on the street. This is something that's real life. And Chief, I don't know why this happened. I don't know if you investigated what happened, but.
Mr. Chair, Counselor, yeah, I recall that incident, and you and I communicated via text message to discuss how it all went down. When Joe Abeyta presses the button on the call box, remember that call goes over to the call center or dispatch center. That call taker or dispatcher has to ask that pertinent information and obtain it, and then relay it over to the police officer or a desk officer that was here at the police station. That's that female officer that ran out to see what was going on. We don't just have a handful of officers on standby here within the police station at their desk or ready to respond. Those patrol officers on day shift at that time, which ranges for anywhere from, as mentioned earlier, from 6 to 8 police officers, they're out and about in the field assigned to different beat or patrol areas. We don't just have them here on standby to be deployed. So I apologize to you then, and I apologize to you and that family now that we don't have the officers here on standby. And we deal with this on a regular basis when a constituent does reach out to the dispatch center, and maybe that call taker doesn't show any empathy, sympathy, or they're rude to them. And when someone does call in, that dispatcher or call taker is going to ask the who, what, when, where, and why. Is someone in life? Where are you at? Stay on the line with me. What's your phone number? What's that person wearing? And sometimes people just want to say, get over here now. I need an officer right here to the Smith's grocery store. I'm not going to stay on the phone line with you. There's someone stabbing someone. I need them here now. And that gets frustrating sometimes. So I apologize to you then, and I apologize to you now, and to that family right now again.
Well, I hear you, and I know that, as I mentioned in my preface, everybody wants to do a good job. I'm bringing this up because I think it may be a systemic problem. And if that is the case, when someone is asking, actually begging and crying for help at the window, there's got to be a better way. Because the police officer you say ran out, she sauntered out, and this was long after. And I did text you asking you, please send someone out as quick as possible, because we weren't getting anywhere at the window. But at any rate, I think this is something that goes along with community policing right at the front door. I hope this is something that the task force will take a look at. I hope this is something your department will take a look at, because I was either fortunate or unfortunately able to be right there at that time for some reason. And maybe this has happened before, who knows? Hope it doesn't happen again, because it was extremely frightening. And I'm dismayed, because this is the first time I hear an explanation of perhaps what happened. And I won't go into detail about anything that happened between you and the mayor and I after that. But I will say I never got a resolve on this. I never got an explanation, and I'm very happy to hear what you're saying about this today. I appreciate it, but this is an issue. I couldn't think of a better example of being able to help someone in need, especially when the direction we are all given in our lifetime is when you need help, you go to the police station. And to hear those words come out of that poor mother's crying face, I guess if you need help, don't go to this police station. So I really don't know what happened after that, but I was very happy I was still alive and no weapons were deployed. So, I wish you all the best in doing a bang up job. I hope you get the budget, and, there's a lot of things to examine. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, is there a motion regarding the police department budget?
Move to approve.
We have a motion. Is there a second? I'll second the motion. Can I have a roll call, please?
Counselor Carol Romero Worth,
Yes.
Counselor Signe Lindell,
I'm going to vote yes on this to get it to council, where I'm sure that it'll have much more discussion. Thank you.
Counselor Renee Villarreal,
Yes, similarly, I think there's more discussions with the rest of the governing body that weren't able to happen today, and also some of the changes and things that we still need to figure out, whether it's through a budget or through a task force. Thank you.
thank you. Counselor Jamie Cassett Sanchez,
I will vote yes on passing it to council today. As I mentioned before, I think that this is going to be something that we are going to need to be revisiting regularly, especially as we start to look at what the actual makeup of our police force needs to be, and really looking at, Chief Padilla being willing to entertain social workers and how that will impact that workload, which I think is an important study to take. But I also think that the social work piece will impact that as well. So yes.
Thank you. Counselor Romano Beta.
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, at this time, I'd like to call the city unions to give them an opportunity to speak to us before we wrap up our budget hearings. I don't know how long it's going to take. I'm not going to allow any interaction between the committee or the governing body and the union members, but I will give the three unions enough time to let us know what they're thinking and address us as they feel is appropriate. So we have the POA, we have IAFF and AFSCME. Who will be going first?
Councilor Abeta, they've been this is Joe. They're in now as panelists, so I think we're just waiting for them to unmute their microphone to be able to speak.
Okay, let's go ahead and start with AFSCME. Do we have a representative from AFSCME?
I see Chris Armijo is unmuted.
Okay, are we ready? I see local 2059, but he's not unmuted.
Hey guys, I think they're trying to get their computer loaded up right now. They're going to respond on this computer.
Good afternoon, councilors and members of the Finance Committee, Mr. Mayor. My name is Therese Martinez. I am the recording secretary for AFSCME Local 3999. What we would like to say on behalf of the Local 3999 is that we would like an opportunity to speak during the City Council gathering, their meeting, the next meeting, when you're going to be discussing the Finance Committee's decisions. So that is what we're requesting from you today.
Okay, that's something that I'm sure the mayor will I'm sure allow, but that's up to the mayor. Is there anything else you wanted to share with us? Any observations you wanted to make about the budget hearings or anything you think is important for the Finance Committee to hear in general right now?
I think that we would prefer to do it at the City Council because then that's when the decisions are actually going to be made.
Okay, thank you. I just wanted to make sure you had the opportunity.
Mr. Chair, on that point, just because we have the majority of our council on now, if there are questions or concerns, it would be great to know now, because at the time of council, for the most part, there'll be some possible adjustments and questions, but I just think it would be helpful for us to know about them now.
Councilwoman Villarreal, that's a good point. I don't know if you do want to share anything with us, or if there's questions you would like for us to, or the staff to research between now and council, maybe you might want to bring it to our attention.
On that point, Mr. Chair,
Yes.
it would be easier to address your concerns and possibly make changes the more notice we have if there are issues. So waiting till the night of council, which I think this is a public hearing, isn't it? I'm not sure about that, but so I think you would have that opportunity anyway, but it's really hard at the end to be making changes. So the sooner we know, the better.
I think that we would like to wait until that meeting.
Mr.
Okay,
Chair, if I could, I do have confirmation that the budget hearing is a public meeting. So, you know, anybody can speak at that.
okay, great. Okay, then let's go ahead and hear from,
He was
yeah.
about to say something. Teresa Martinez was about to say something.
Go ahead, Ms. Martinez. Did you have something else you wanted to add?
Hey, guys, Aiden with the local 2059. Pardon my attire. I've been working a little bit. Let me move some stuff around on my computer so I can get what I had wanted to say, if that's okay.
Yes, go ahead.
Okay, Mr. Mayor and council members, my name is Aiden Lopez. I'm a local 2059 president. I represent over 130 members that specialize in emergency medicine, swift water rescue, structural collapse, high and low angle rescue, vehicle extrication, hazmat, wildland firefighting, as well as structural firefighting. We take pride in what we've learned and overcome to earn this status as the bravest in the city. We're proud to do this work. Many so proud that they put off their own family and friends to make sure that the city is protected 24 hours a day. I'm sorry, and 7 days a week. These brave souls come to work every day with full understanding of what this city could ask of them at a moment's notice. Lending a hand at a store, helping someone up off the floor, transporting a positive COVID patient, rushing to motor vehicle accidents, or running into burning buildings. One person that I feel understands what we do on a day-to-day is our chief, Paul Babcock. I've had many conversations with Chief Babcock about what he has seen in his years as firefighting. With these budget issues, my e-board and our management have spent more time together than we care to admit. I do, however, appreciate their time and the information that they have given us to aid in decision-making. Both my e-board and management have had hard decisions in the past few months. By working together, by working together, we feel that we have put our heart and soul into this as well. We didn't always agree, but we were able to continue and meet at the table to attain a common goal. Although the union is never in favor of offering articles out to a contract, offering articles out of the contract, we felt something needed to be done. Of course, with the stipulations that this would only be in effect for one fiscal year, or if the city was fiscally capable. I will be honest that after the union and management had come together for a common good, I couldn't help but feel that the city did let us down when they decided to take some of this emergency savings to create a new position that was outside of my department. Even after this, I'm hopeful that the city will return the funding that was taken from us during this time. We will be searching and getting back the 2 paramedic positions that we had given up for the savings. Our uniform allowance that equals $625 a year per person, so they can have the uniforms that they need, and especially the $240,000 plus that isn't being used for our members' para contributions. I understand what it means to make hard decisions. I'm not saying that Mr. Mayor and the councilors do not have a hard decision to make. I do hope that you guys make the decisions that will help the employees that you oversee. Let's get through this emergency together. Let's learn from this and be stronger than ever. Mr. Mayor, City Council, I guess Finance Council, I want to thank you guys for the time to allow me to speak, and sorry for the confusion.
No, not at all. Thank you. I appreciate you hanging in there and waiting for us so that you could address this today. Thank you. Okay, the POA.
Currently, POA is not with us right now. He was with us in a Zoom meeting and we haven't been able to get a hold of him. And I definitely don't feel comfortable speaking on their behalf.
Okay, no problem. Then let me get back to the committee. We still have items on our agenda. The mayor and council item was slated for a half hour. We do have 35 minutes. Do we want to try to get that item taken care of, or what does the committee want to do? Go for it, Councilwoman Villarreal. Is that what you're saying? Okay, then let's get into the mayor and council budget. And just so that the committee knows, I had spoke with the municipal court judge. Her budget analyst couldn't be available after 2:30, so I told her we would move her to Monday. That's why we're going to mayor and council, and we'll hear from the municipal court on Monday.
Mr. Chairman, councilors, we'll be starting with slide 5 on your presentations. This presents the mayor and city council's budget. As you can see, the budget decreased by 122,000 or 12% from FY20 budgeted levels. Salary, wages, and benefits decreased by 38,000, which the salary, wages, and benefits includes 10 positions total. These 10 positions include 8 council positions, the mayor's position, and an executive assistant position. The chief of staff position was included in the FY20 budget in the mayor and council's division. However, for the FY21 budget, the chief of staff position has been transferred from the mayor's office to the city manager's office. There are no contracts listed here for FY21, which is consistent with FY20. For supplies decreased, but office supplies were kept at approximately 2,500 for the duration of FY20. General liability insurance did increase by 11,000, so that's the increase you see in that category. Other operating costs decreased by 81,000. It's primarily the travel, training, and registration costs, as well as dues. And the remaining 130,000 in that part, in the other operating cost category, include dues, services to other departments, and printing and publishing. I'll stand for any questions.
Okay, questions from the committee?
Sorry, I can't raise my hand, Mr.
No
Chair.
problem. Councilwoman Villarreal.
I guess what I wanted to convey, and it's always frustrated me, it's really not anything personal, but I've never understood why with this particular this budget is really included council, because it's really not, other than our salaries and benefits and some minor supplies, I've never saw anything else related to support for us. So, and likewise, we don't actually get to weigh into our own budget. So it's not like we get told, hey, this is what we're thinking of cutting. These are the things that we're going to adjust, until now when it's presented to us. So I think that's kind of weird, considering that we make up this department and yet we don't get to weigh in until now. So just a statement, other than, I don't know how to change that, maybe to talk about it before we get to this point. And what are the things that actually affect us by this change, these adjustments? The ideas that I think will change, which is totally makes sense, is our travel budget, which we really didn't have necessarily, is eliminated because you can't travel. And And I guess that's it. I'm not sure if there's any other kind of pieces to the puzzle that affect us as the council versus the mayor, because I feel like the mayor has his own kind of pool of money separate from us. The one question I do have is, where does the public campaign financing fund get situated? Is it in this general government, or is it in what would be now the potential for the community engagement department or city clerk? Where does
Mr.
that?
Chair, councilors, that $150,000 transfer is in, has always been in the city clerk's budget.
It looked like something got transferred out though, 150. But we'll get there, I guess, when we get to the, I know what it was. It was in city manager's budget.
Yes, Mr. Chair, councilor, that 150,000 is an allocation for the internal audit. I discussed that briefly earlier in the week. This is the third party that now conducts our internal audit. And we have hired RADW to perform those services. So that's part of the city manager's budget.
So the 150 is also the similar number that's for the public campaign financing fund too?
It's the exact same, yes.
Okay, that's why I got confused.
Different purposes.
Got
but
it.
The same number.
Okay, that's all I had for this particular section. Thank you.
Hey, is there a motion regarding the mayor and council
Chair,
budget?
can I just ask one quick question?
Yes, go ahead.
Mary, can you go back over other operating costs? What's in that line item?
Yes, that is for dues, services to other departments, and printing and publishing.
And printing and publishing, what?
Mr. Chair, councilors, this is actually an allocation for the city council budget. We do understand that you do a significant amount of outreach to your districts, and in the event that you would want to actually print the material as opposed to having an electronic version, you have the budget to do that. It's about $3,000.
To do print and publish what?
Mr. Chair, councilors,
this is news to us. Looking at
it's at your discretion.
Woohoo.
On that point, Counselor, if you don't mind, a quick interruption. Is that 3,000 for all 8 of us or 3,000 per counselor?
Mr. Chair, councilors, that is 3,000 for the entire council. For all 8 of you.
Have we ever used that?
Mr. Chair, councilor, I can get you the actual information. That'll be part of our follow-up.
Yeah, I mean, I didn't even know, A, we had that, and B, what we'd use it for. And C, whether anybody's used it ever. So, and has this been true historically that the mayor and the council have been together? Or is this new?
Mr. Chair, councilors, there are 2 different subsections, if you will, 2 different munis orgs, organizational units. So we can track it separately. Again, primarily it is salaries, wages, and benefits for both organizations. So if you did want additional details about each, we can provide those as well. But again, as you can see, the majority of the costs are, even historically, are for salaries, wages, and benefits, as well as those services to other departments for both organizations.
All right, I mean, I tend to agree with Councilor Villarreal. This is, something that we don't really even know much about, and we don't weigh in on, so. And maybe we should. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Ms. McCoy, is this something, Councilor Rivera and I have been asking for translation services, like for our newsletter, so that it's in Spanish along with English? Could it be paid out of this other operating costs?
Mr. Chair, councilors, yes, it could. It could also, yes, it could.
Okay, I guess, yeah, like the other counselors, I guess maybe I need to do a little more homework and start asking about these during the year, these budgets, so that we can access some of these funds for purposes like that. But okay, anything else from the committee, or do we want to make a motion?
Just for our own edification, can you separate mayor and council so that we actually know what those numbers are? You can send it to us separately or via email.
Mr. Chair, councilors, we'd be happy to.
Thank you.
Okay, is there a motion?
I'll move to approve.
Move to approve.
Okay, we have a motion. Is there a second?
I'm not sure if you got myself or Lindell as the first, so I'll second if you had Counselor Lindell as the original motion.
Okay, can I have a roll call, please?
Counselor Carol Romero Worth,
Yes.
Counselor Sig Lindell,
Yes.
Counselor Renee Villarreal,
Yes.
Counselor Jamie Cassett Sanchez,
Yes.
Counselor Romana Beta.
Yes. Okay, let's move to the city attorney's office.
Good afternoon, councilors. Chairman Abeta. I'm here to present the city attorney's budget. The summary is on the slide that you're viewing right now. The major changes are to, as you can see, to the contracts and to the supplies, and then the insurance, which we don't really have control over, or the, and the primary change in the other operating costs is the services fee to other departments. So in the contractual and utilities line, the major change there is a difference between only including a small portion of the Rothstein contract in the upcoming fiscal year, and then adding some funding for Midtown, the property disposition. We have outside counsel with the firm Holland and Hart for a couple $100,000, or we're anticipating to budget that amount. They've helped us to some degree so far with the exclusive negotiation agreement, and they'll be continuing to help us in the new year with this funding in the contractual services line. There's also a little bit of funding there for other disposition of property matters, and if we need contract counsel to back up the prosecutor or something like that if he has a conflict. And then under supplies, IT contracts are included in that line. And you heard earlier from the police department that the Next Request software, which is the IPRA software that began to be used at the end of this fiscal year, or the past fiscal year, that contract was transferred from the police department's budget into the city attorney's budget. And then the PrimeGov contract, which I believe was, so that was formerly Granicus, and I believe that was formerly funded out of the city clerk's office. So those contracts have been consolidated into the city attorney's office. The other IT contracts that are included there include our case management software, which is basically a document management software, which allows for actual word searches, and it allows us to sign in remotely now, which has been very nice to that system. And then the final thing in the IT contracts line is our Westlaw contract, which is around $30,000 and provides legal research for the attorneys and the paralegals. Our wage and salaries includes one vacancy for one attorney. So we have been running with 7 attorneys rather than 8 since about February. And we've split up the duties from that attorney amongst the others. That would be my highest priority for funding if we were able to get more funding during the course of the year. And with that, I would answer any questions.
Great, thank you. Questions of the attorney?
Mr. Chair?
Yes, Councilwoman Romero Worth.
Aaron, the PrimeGov contract, how much is that contract? And for how long?
We've got a 2-year contract. Let me see if I can find that exact number. I believe it's around 20-something thousand per year. Because I know the 2-year contract was under 60,000.
And do you have any idea how much Granicus used to cost us? Ballpark?
It was,
I'm sorry, I didn't hear that.
Councilor Beta, Councilor Romero Worth, I don't have the exact number of that contract, but I don't think it was significantly different. We were looking at doing the Granicus enhanced services if we went that direction. We had the clerk and the various other staff that work with those programming do several reviews of what functionality the Granicus would have had versus PrimeGov. And I think staff unanimously selected PrimeGov over Granicus based on those presentations of capabilities and user ease of use. But the increased Granicus contract to allow some of the additional functionality, I think would have been a very similar price.
So I'm just going to be a little bit grouchy here. It would have been nice if somebody had, you know, talked to us before we changed this platform, since we are heavy users of this as well. And I understand, you know, the staff also is, but that, you know, I think this was, we were not consulted on this change, and it's a pretty significant one for the way we function. And I have to say, I'm not completely happy with the functionality of this software. So I'll just leave it at that, but need to get that off my chest. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Beta, Councilor Merworth, I would encourage everyone to continue to raise concerns on that. One of the things I think we liked about the PrimeGov was its ability to adapt and change with the needs of its customers. So I think we have opportunity to ask for things and to try to change functionality if it's not working for us as well as we would like. So I would encourage all the counselors to alert Jesse and me if there are things that we can do to make modifications and what those are and when you're having challenges. So we certainly want to improve the experience if we're having troubles with this software. And we can terminate the contract at any time too, is the other thing. So I believe, yeah, we generally retain that right. So I'll verify that, but I would like us to try to make the functionality better if possible before just canceling it.
Councilwoman Cassette Sanchez.
I don't have a question. Do I have a hand?
Yes, you do.
Sorry, old hand.
Councilwoman Villarreal.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I hear feedback. Is it just me? Okay. Aaron or Miss McSherry, I guess the thing is that we do bring up those issues with PrimeGov and we're told, oh, that can't be fixed. Oh, that can be fixed. I mean, the fact that it expires and times out before, if it's we're not actively using it is problematic to me, but we haven't figured out how to change that. So I don't know, we'll just keep working at that, but it is frustrating. The question I had, you said supplies you had no control over, or I didn't understand that statement. What was in the
Chairman Abeta, Councilor Villarreal, I think I meant insurance. If I said supplies, I apologize. Supplies is the one that included IT contracts, which I was a little bit surprised that it was in that category. So I wanted to clarify that because our actual supplies, I think we've almost zeroed out in the proposed budget when we were going for the kind of significant cuts. You know, we really reduced it.
Yeah.
But for IT contracts is what's primarily in that line as summarized here.
Got it. And supplies, you just said, I'm sorry, I was thinking everything you described was contractual. I understand Westlaw, the Rothstein contract, property or Midtown property disposition. So the IT contract and PrimeGov and the IPRA system is under supplies or under contractual?
Chairman Abeta, Councilor Villarreal, the PrimeGov is under supplies as an IT contract, as is our Westlaw contract and our document management contract. And the next request, which is the IPRA software.
Okay, those are all under supplies then. Thank you. And then so there's one vacancy. You have 7 staff right now, but 1 vacancy and that's frozen.
Chairman Abeta, Councilor Villarreal, we have 1 vacancy on the attorneys, but we have, I believe, 14 positions total and only 1 is vacant. There's 13 staff in my office. So we have the records custodian, And then we have the Legislative Services Office, and then we have the attorneys and support staff for the attorneys, office manager, paralegals.
Okay, that's what I was like, that seems kind of low. So 13 staff, 7 attorneys, 1 vacancy that's frozen. Is that correct?
Counselor, that's correct, yes.
Thank you. That's all I have. Thank you.
Okay, is there a motion regarding the attorney's budget?
Move to approve.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Can I have a roll call, please?
Counselor Carol Romero Worth,
Yes.
Counselor Signe Lindell,
Yes.
Counselor Renee Villarreal,
Yes.
Counselor Jamie Cassett Sanchez,
Yes.
and Counselor Romana Beta.
Yes. Let's go to the city manager's budget. And that will be the last one we do, because I think it's pretty straightforward. And we'll deal with clerk and council constituent services on Monday. Jarrell.
Mr. Chair, councilors, Ms. McCoy, are you going to share the summary slide?
Mr. Chair, Counselor, I'll ask the staff member who was sharing this earlier to continue to share. If not, I can. We'll go ahead and get started, Jerome.
Okay, I'll go ahead and get started. When the slide comes up, you will see on the salaries, wages, and benefits line, there was a decrease of 180,000. This includes the communications director position is being transferred from the city manager's office to the clerk's office as part of the community engagement. And the other big thing was the executive assistant, as has been mentioned previously, was transferred out of the city manager's office over to community development. There is the chief of staff position that was transferred from the mayor's office over to city manager. So that position will be held vacant, but will remain. And that is what is laid out in the salaries and benefits. As you can see, we're a very small operation. In contracts and utilities, that was cut by 155,000. The management for the contract of the city lobbyist was moved from city manager's office to finance. And the remaining 16,000 is, there's a 16,000 that remains. Supplies, pretty straightforward, keep cutting down from there. The insurance costs, just to call out, was due to a decrease in our general liability insurance. And other operating costs in this case, again, services to other departments, travel, per diems. We've got left in there about a couple hundred for printing and 57,000 for services to other departments. So that is, again, we're a very small department, majority salaries and benefits.
Okay, thank you, Jarrell. A question I have, what do you, so the manager's office has had an executive assistant for, well, as long as I can recall. What are you going to do to fill that void? Or what was your thinking behind moving that position?
Yep. Again, I think as everyone has acknowledged, these are really hard hits. I did not feel it was okay to have the city manager's office be immune from taking any of those hits from a budgetary perspective. More so equally importantly, though, is we've been talking a lot about synergy and breaking down silos. The expertise of our executive assistant is vast and wide. And so as we were proposing to stand up the community development department and break down those silos and continue building out that operation, it felt like a really important to give that department the right level of administrative support. In the meantime, I do my own scheduling. There will be some additional, contractual and otherwise help from Mary Freitas, and the finance team will pick up some of the contract management. So it is a bit of a shift. I think it is not without deep thought and otherwise. But given that, that everybody across the board is making really hard decisions, it felt like the city manager's office needed to do so as well.
Okay, questions from the committee?
I would just make a comment that long-term, I wonder if that's gonna work. So, you know, when we're all working from home and that kind of thing may be easier, but kind of think that the city manager, when we go back to being at City Hall, needs a gatekeeper and, you know, the other skills that executive assistant plays. So, you know, it's probably fine for now, but I just throw out there that long-term, it's probably not sustainable.
Councilwoman Villarreal.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm sorry, Jarrell, I didn't hear it cut out a bit. You said for contractuals, the decrease of 155 was the audit, or was that something else?
No, that is not the audit. That is the contract for the city lobbyist has been moved to finance budget. The audit, as you, not to jump around, but is Fund 100, the general fund, the second at the bottom of the screen, that 150, that's the internal audit.
Okay. Why is this separated in this way, where general fund is split in between and the franchise fee is in between, and then general fund is repeated, but with the same line items as above?
Mr. Chair, Counselor, we wanted to highlight the internal audit contract. You know, the $155,000 decrease in the first section versus the $150,000. We didn't want that to get lost. So this is, again, an extremely important piece of our city operations. And we wanted to make sure that everyone knew this was budgeted and at what level this is budgeted at. And that there was no decrease for the internal audit function.
So all of the other minor little pieces, like, well, I guess other operating is the services needed for that audit, internal services. I'm just trying to figure out like that 11,683. It's minor, but I'm trying to figure out what that was in the general fund.
Mr. Chair, Councilor Villarreal, that is for some specialized software that is maintained that was formerly was paid out of the internal audit organization budget out of the past. There is a shared network and Verizon account that's paid from there, and also a piece of software called Navex Global Teammate Wolters Kluwer. I don't know exactly what that language means, but perhaps the IT department might be able to shed some more light on that.
That's okay. That was helpful. Just trying to figure out what, if it was pertaining to the audit, and you said yes.
That's correct.
Okay. And then supplies, that's, I mean, it's not a large amount, but what was the supplies, Jarrell, that increased? Like what aspects of supplies? And do we get to use those for council? Since we only get 3,000 between the 9 of us.
Mr. Chair, Councilor Beta, I believe there is historically been a lot of sharing between the funds. So yes.
And that's office supplies? Okay. Thanks.
Business cards, stuff like that.
Gotcha. I think, so chief of staff, it's there, but it's frozen. Is that what you said? Okay.
Chair, Councilor Villarreal, that is correct.
All right. Okay, that's all I have. Thanks.
Councilwoman Vihil Coppler.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm curious about the lobbyist contractual money and why the proper expense, it seems, would be in the council, the governing body council's budget, because that person takes direction from the governing body. That person gives reports to the governing body. I am hopeful that the governing body would be the ones who would have direct input and in the selection when that contract comes due. So I'm a believer in budgeting, that you place the funds where the decisions are made. And it seems kind of odd that it was moved to finance when my thinking is that it belongs in the council budget.
Mr. Chair, Councilor Vihel Coppler, and City Attorney or Mary can jump in when I've completed, but finance will process the contract as essentially a third party. I will still approve the invoices. And I don't know if City Attorney wants to weigh in as where that should be. So.
Well, before you move on, I wanted to ask, with that philosophy, and I understand that, then why aren't all contracts in the city in the finance department?
Mr. Chair, Councilor Vihel Coppler, I would defer to our finance director to answer that question. The reason, if I may, the reason we're moving the lobbyist contract is because I will no longer have an executive assistant who has historically done that work. So from an administrative perspective, we're moving that contract. As to your broader question about how we handle contracts across the city, I will defer to Ms. McCoy.
Mr. Chair, councilors, that is an opportunity for us to look into in the future, is to centralize the management of contracts. That would most likely happen with the procurement office if we made that move. Right now, we really have an approval process with the finance department for all contracts, and the actual management and processing of these contracts occurs within the departments. There's several staff, executive admin staff throughout, or contract management staff or procurement staff throughout each of the departments that handles these functions currently.
Okay, thank you. I believe it should be in the council services. I mean, yeah, the council budget. But that's all, Mr. Chair.
Okay, is there a motion regarding the city manager's budget?
Move to approve.
We have a motion, I'll second it. Can I have a roll call, please? Ms. McCoy, can you do a roll call?
Mr. Chair, yes. Councilor Ramon Tiger Abeyta.
Yes.
Councilor Carol Romero Worth.
Yes.
Councilor Renee Villarreal.
Yes.
Councilor Signe Lindell.
Yes.
Councilor Jamie Casawit Sanchez.
Yes.
Okay, then, thank you, Mary. Then we will, we will need Monday. We know that because we had public works and utilities that we still need to vote on. But we didn't get to the municipal court or the city clerk, council and constituent services. So Ms. McCoy, if you can let the municipal court, the judge know, we will hear her Monday at 1. Then we will hear the city clerk and council and constituent services budget. And then we will go to public works, specifically parks, the MRC, the golf course, and then
Uh-oh, our chair disappeared.
Are we able to adjourn without him, or is that against the rules?
Well, maybe we should give him a minute and see if he comes back.
I think Joe kicked him off by accident. Or it was a coup. One or the other. It was either a coup,
Or not.
a family feud, or an accident. You have to decide.
Let's give him a minute just because I'd be curious what he was thinking in terms of how we proceed.
Yeah,
Right.
I think that's a good.
And
idea.
then otherwise we can, I think one of us can.
Mayor, councilors, if I may, the chairman just called. He's having technical difficulties and asked that we proceed without him. And we had discussed this earlier. I think the order that he was left off with was Parks and MRC. And then we'll, on Monday after that, we'll move to Public Utilities for a vote. Just as a reminder, we have follow-up both on Monday afternoon as well as on Tuesday afternoon. So at this point, if there is a motion,
I would just, my only question is whether that's an awful lot to get through on Monday. I just, I mean, it's a lot to get through in one day. We might want to move some of that to Tuesday.
So just on that point, the ones we haven't heard are municipal and constituent services and city clerk, but the other ones we've heard, and we're just getting refined details from what we already heard from utilities and public works, correct?
Except I think that there's going to be some conversation around both those departments and the things that have been left that we're getting more information on. So, I mean, it's fine. If we get it through it, we get through it. But I just throw out there that we may not get through all of that.
The other question I had for Mary was, we had some outstanding questions and information we've been wanting or needing. Are those items going to be given to us on Monday, and are we going to discuss them, or?
Mr. Chair, councilors, yes, our staff has been preparing that information and will prepare the request from today and distribute either over the weekend or on Monday, given the time today.
And that master list that we're working from, I don't know if it's the chair that has all that of some of the questions we've answered. Is that going to be shared with us, you said, this weekend? So that we can add to it in case there's something missing, or what's the best way? Because I don't want it to be, there might be some items that are not on that list.
Counselor, I can speak with the chair and ask that he share in his notes, I believe is what you had requested earlier in the week.
Yeah. I'm just hoping sooner than later so that we can get those on to if there's anything missing, that we could get in those items on so you are aware of it before Monday or Tuesday.
Are
there any other questions?
Are we ready to adjourn? All right. Should I move that we adjourn?
Yes.
I move to adjourn.
Second.
And
And we don't need a vote. Thank you.
Yeah, I think we're done.
I think it's a voice vote.
All right. See y'all later. Stay
Thank
dry.
you, everybody. Good job again. Thank you. Have a safe weekend.
You too.